Good afternoon, everyone. Are tracking a tornado outbreak here, potentially for the west and possibly Ohio as we get. Have a one tornado warning right now. Again, for New Troy, Brigdman, Berrien Springs, Three Oaks, Buffalo. It's actually just past New Buffalo now. Currently, there is radar indicated rotation, no actual rotation that we can see on radar at the moment, but we are pretty far from the radar here, so it could be a bit lower in the atmosphere. We can't quite see it. So, precaution. If you're in this area, though, please seek shelter. Rotation could spin up at any moment. Definitely want to make sure that everybody is safe. Again, once again, we're tracking a tornado warning right now, the one and only in Michigan, and New Troy, Berrien Springs, Barada, Glendora, Cannon. This is moving, by the way, northeast. All right, moving northeast. According to right up here, we have northeast at 45 miles an hour. We can put a track on that. Idea of where we're going here. At 45. Here are the legends coming up. So we have New Troy here, much right now. Glendora in about 7 minutes. Snow in about 9 minutes. Rada 11 minutes. I believe all of you are actually in that tornado warning, so please shelter at this time. Hinchman about 15 minutes. Hollywood 17 as we go a little further out here. Oxbow 20 minutes. Kings Landing 21. Your Pearl Range 26 minutes. Like 29 minutes. So about an hour out it'll be to appear. I'm sorry, half hour out it'll be here. And moving at 45 miles an hour off to our one and only. Actually, I take that back. We actually have two now. Here. We have one down in Indiana. Indiana. Let's take that real quick. A little bit of rotation here on the southern side of the storm. That little hook right there. Going on. But there very well could be some debris there. Let's happening. Looking at radar, the correlation coefficient, exactly approximately where there could be debris in the air. Definitely could be some. So if you're in this area, please shelter at this time. We have Woods, Sealville, Glen Air, Cherryvale, Cloverland, all moving north. Possible rotation down here towards the bottom of that. Going back up to Berrien, Michigan, and we have a tornado warning up here as well. Radar indicates tornado warning. A lot of rotation here right now. Here at our base velocity. Not a real big change here. Storms are moving to the northeast at approximately 45 miles an hour. So we're going to be together here for the duration of the evening. Here. We do actually have a tornado watch in the area. Look here at National Weather Service that tornado watch is going to be going in. That tornado watch currently is going to go until 9 p.m. Eastern Time. 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and I can show you where that is here. So outlined in yellow here is your tornado watch. Here from Grand Rapids down to Three Rivers, Michigan, going into Anna LaGrange, Kendallville, straight down to Marion, Indianapolis, and back to west towards Chicago, Urbana, Effingham. Anywhere in between there, everything that I just mentioned, are in tornado watch. So we do have storms that have initiated on the other side of Lake Michigan that are moving northeast, but these go over the open waters of Lake Michigan. It does play a factor in these storms. They're continuing or fizzling out that as time goes on. For those that are currently watching the stream, please don't forget to like and subscribe to this stream here. We greatly appreciate it. It definitely helps out the stream and also notifies others that there's something on and they might definitely want to tune. We have those 2 tornado warnings right now in Berrien, Michigan, Clay, Indiana, and Go, Indiana. Turn that watch box off right now. Storm again back here in on here with rotation. A lot of broad rotation. By the way, we are looking pretty high up into the storm here, just because of how far away from the radar we are currently. Have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren, Michigan, and Allegan, Michigan. This is going to be for hail, about 1 inch on our wind. At about 1 inch and 6-mile-an-hour winds. That from the Grand Rapids radar on here. So again, have a broad amount of storms here moving in. They're pretty scattered, a lot scattered, but they're definitely not all together. Definitely concerning for any type of rotation, potentially. Keep an eye on that for sure. Back at that tornado warning right now in Darien. Down there by New Troy, Glendora, I think is how you pronounce that. Like there might be just a little bit of rotation trying to initiate there. An eye on that here. Definitely have some hail, so that's another threat with these storms tonight. Very big hail. Just saw a report not too long ago of another storm that was over in Wisconsin, had ping pong size hail. Definitely some damage there for sure if you're underneath it. Looking at this tornado warning down here in Indiana. Bill Deming Woods currently is showing our hail core. There's definitely some large hail there. Currently at about 1.5 inches for the radar there. Take a look at our velocity and see if we have any rotation going on. Still have some minor rotation here. Grange Corner, Glen Air, Cherryvale. So if you're in this area, please take shelter. Anytime you go underneath a tornado warning, whether the tornado is near you, whether there's one on the ground or not, very important to shelter. That rotation could spin up at any moment before we even see it on radar. Radar updates about every 2 minutes or so, depending on which radar you're looking at. And a lot can happen with it. So definitely sure to seek shelter if you ever go underneath. Warning. So once again, we can see our storms are moving off to the northeast here and down in Indiana. We can see off to the northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And which storm we're looking at here. One down in Indiana is currently moving 40 miles an hour. One up here in and at approximately 45 miles an hour, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 45 miles an hour right there. Had a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Van Buren, Allegan. Have it backed up just a little bit. That is for this amount of storms here. There's this lava storms that are moving northeast. Here's the thing: they're producing about 1 inch hail, are producing around 60-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely going to tax if you are in this area. Bangor, Pine Grove, and then going forward, Allegan, Hopkins, Wayland, Dorr. Let's take a look here again. This storm, or this gel of storms in a sense, is moving off to northeast at about 45 or so miles an hour. Put a track on these here. Off to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. There are some locations coming up. So Allegan in about 27 minutes. Watson in about 35. Hopkins in 37. Shelbyville in 40. Wayland in about 45 minutes or 45 minutes. 49 minutes. Now here's the thing. Please keep an eye on these storms as I've seen the rotation. So a tornado could be produced at any time. Our best to keep track of this and up to date. We're going to be together throughout the evening as these storms continue to grow and produce, build. We have lots to cover. And please make sure to like that stream and subscribe. That lets others know that we are here and greatly appreciate it. Once again, take a look at the tornado warning down here in Berrien, Michigan. Currently not seeing a lot of rotation, or if there is any, it's pretty broad. That correlation coefficient on. Then Glendora, just to the north of Glendora, possibly. Very possible, very possible. Let's take a look at another thing quick. That could also be the hail core that we're seeing there on that correlation coefficient, as we have some very large hail. 1.25 inch, very possibly could be even larger by now, since that tornado warning was on the right here. Here we go. Just to the south of Pennellwood, I think is how you pronounce that. Southwest of Pennellwood, southwest of Berrien Springs, city there for everybody. Have a little bit of rotation there, it looks like. We are seeing something on the correlation coefficient here, quite broad. But again, if there is a tornado down, please seek shelter. All right. This is actually heading right towards Andrews University, Howard Performing Arts Center, Apple Valley Natural Food, Andrews University Air Park. Please definitely take shelter at this time, as if you have not done so already. And taking a look here, it looks like we have a new tornado watch now that has just been issued. Look at that here real quick. Tornado watch on the radar quite yet. Check another source real quick. There it is. I see it now. Not on our stream quite yet, but it should be here momentarily. In fact, there it is. It just popped in. We have a new tornado watch now. New tornado watch from Kent County over down to Lansing, Jackson, going into Anna, Wasson, pronounce that, Bryan, and Wirt, Ottawa, Lima. That new tornado watch has just been posted. Other here. Up here for us. Quick. Here it is. That is the here, my apologies. Here we go. Here's a better for you. Here you go. All right, so we do have a new tornado watch once again that has been just issued. We're going to jump back to the radar here in just a moment. We just had a new tornado warning issue in Michigan. Continuation, it looks like, from that existing tornado warning. That here in just a moment. But again, we do have a new tornado watch. All right, for scattered hail up to 2 size, of course, possible tornadoes. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. That here again from Lansing down to Fort Wayne, over to Defiance, Fremont, Findlay, Galleon. New tornado watch until 11 p.m. Eastern Time. 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So let's get back to the radar and take a look at that new tornado warning that we have here in Michigan. Here we are, new tornado warning. We have a tornado warning for northern Cass County, southwestern Michigan, east central Berrien County, and southwestern Michigan. 5:45 p.m. Radar indicated rotation with hail up to 2 diameter. I just talked about that with that hail core possibly getting bigger from when the original tornado warning was issued. Absolutely the case. Gone from 1.5 up to 2 inches now. Here's our radar taking a look. Here. Definitely see a little bit of broad rotation right in here. Have some down here, southwest of Berrien Springs. But let's take a look here. So those that are in the tornado warning, again, shelter at this time. If you are in Eau Claire, Dowagiac, Marcellus, shelter now. This is northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, if we track on this here, approximately where that rotation is. Idea of where it's going. In Lake in about 10 minutes, Dowagiac in about 15 minutes, Maple Island in about 16 minutes, Glenwood in about 24 minutes, here in about 30 minutes, Lawton in about 42 minutes. So please note that even though this tornado warning is, again, in this area, just for these 2 counties, not surprise me if a tornado warning gets issued above that. Reason is we are dealing with two different National Weather Services that warnings. All right. So the National Weather Service that's coming out of Indiana is responsible for the lower part of Michigan. Actually, believe it or not, I know that because I live in Michigan. So lower row of counties is actually monitored, and they warnings from the Indiana NWS, National Weather Service. Grand Rapids issues everything from there up to their upper area around Big Rapids area, and then from there, Gaylord takes over from there on up. So with that being said, the National Weather Service out of Grand Rapids will do a tornado warning. Allegan County, Kalamazoo area, Portage area, they would be that. So honest with you, I'm pretty sure one's probably going to be coming here momentarily on what this storm does as it gets up towards Dowagiac. So an eye on that. We've definitely got some rotation here again, some broad rotation. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. Let's will help us determine if there is something on the ground or not. I'm seeing that hail core. I'm not seeing regards to tree and is radar. We are quite far from the radar. Looking here from Indiana, just northeast of Warsaw is where that radar located. So we're looking very high up in the atmosphere, very high up. All right. So because of that, we can't always see what's going on closer to the ground. So there could be something going on here. So definitely seek shelter. Again, Claire, that's right in your neck of the woods right now. Dowagiac. It's going to be going to the north of Dowagiac, just to the north. But just in case, still seek shelter. Never know. And to be honest with you, if you are in Keller, if you are in Hartford, Lawrence, or Pawpaw, please get ready to seek shelter. In fact, if you're in Keeler, let's seek shelter now. If you're in Decatur, I would seek shelter now. Hartford, I would seek shelter now. Even though there's not a tornado warning, we can definitely see that rotation coming, and oh boy, that does not look good. We just had a huge uptick in that correlation coefficient. We call that a drop, meaning that it just became stronger. We can see that right here. So let's take a look at that velocity here. Don't have a new one quite yet. We're about 3 minutes out from the last one. There's the new, oh boy. Yes, if you're in Dowagiac, please, please, please seek shelter now. Volina, seek shelter now. Gator, seek shelter now. There's very possibly a tornado on the ground at this time. This is definitely strong rotation here. Shelter. All right. If you are watching this stream, please get this out to your friends and family if they live in the area or even upcoming areas. Again, Keeler, Decatur, Lawrence, Pawpaw, Lawton, Almena. Let's keep going because it very well could make it this far. Pine Grove, Alamo, Plainwell, Otsego. Again, this is moving to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. All right. So share this on social media. Let's get the word out. Let's help each other. Let's see what's going on here. Once again, we do have a tornado warning right now in Michigan that has very strong rotation. Again, near Dowagiac. Pokagon, I think is how you pronounce that. Keeler, Decatur, Volina, Hartford, Lawrence. I'm surprised the Grand Rapids NWS has not issued a tornado warning quite yet for this. I would expect that it's coming moment. Tornado warning coming through here. I don't see it on our radar quite yet. It'll be coming through any moment here. There it is. Through down in Indiana. Oh, sorry, that notification that I heard was for your thunderstorm warning for Van Buren and Allegan counties in Wisconsin. I think that one's almost done. Clinton, Indiana, that one is almost done here. Here's the one I was seeing that through. Warning down by Brazil, Indiana. Not on the radar quite, unless that's this one right here. Here it is. Okay, that expires in about 7 minutes. That's not a new one, sorry. On again, let's go back and check that one up here. Rotation northeast of Elkhart, starting to form near Bristol, Ottville. Have our big one up here near Dowagiac. That rotation has gotten even stronger with the newest one. Taking a look here at our correlation coefficient. A whole lot right at the moment. A whole lot because we're looking very high up in the atmosphere. How far away from the radar we are. Let's take the radar and see if we can here. Definitely seeing some stuff way up in the atmosphere. So if anything is lofted that high up, that probably indicates there's a tornado on the ground. So again, definitely have a couple rotation area. Bigger one that we've been watching here, Bajiak, Claire. It's all heading to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Currently heading towards Keeler, Decatur. In this area, please shelter now. Sorry, just updating stuff. I can word out to others. Welcome to those that just joined. Thank you for joining our stream here. We are currently watching a couple different tornado warnings. The big one that we're watching right now is in Michigan for Cass County, Van Buren, and Marion counties. Radar indicated a tornado, however, updated here momentarily to a possible tornado, actual tornado. Looking at that rotation, we have some strong rotation. Just a couple moments ago, looks like it just weakened a little bit near Dowagiac, northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Here's our overall radar. Right there is our right there. See that inflow? Kind of get this little notch backwards. All right, and at the top of the C, where it curves in, that is your inflow. All right, so right here, start in. So then your rotation like this. That's what we're watching right now. We can see that on radar. Again, if we go to our velocity radar, here is our rotation. Here is our inflow. Here's our outflow. So right there is our rotation. Area. And this is moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Let's put a little track on this here, where it's headed approximately. Yes. So we're looking at Glenwood in about 10 minutes. Here in about 17 minutes. Currently, Decatur, you are not underneath a tornado warning. However, it would not surprise me if you go underneath one here momentarily. Same with Lawton. In about 30 minutes, rotation near you. Paw in about 30 minutes as well. Almena in about 36 minutes. Ashtemo in about 45 minutes. Portage in about 46 minutes. That's going to be a big one. Kalamazoo is a pretty populated area. That's in about 50. There's our tornado warning, folks. Get that. Just as I was mentioning it. Here it is. Have a new tornado warning. This is getting serious, folks. Have a new tornado warning now for the counties of Eastern Van Buren in southwestern Michigan until 5:45. So again, this is a tornado warning, and this is moving northeast now. Ooh, this has increased speed, folks. It has sped up. It is now 55 miles an hour. So those times I gave you a moment ago, actually, you're going to be a little slow or a little bit faster. We have a tornado with golf ball size hail. This radar indicated tornado. Currently, there is no indication that it is on the ground per the National Weather Service. However, at radar here, we do have very strong rotation. Looking at our correlation coefficient, we do see stuff in the atmosphere. Not what we would call a debris ball. Typically, a debris ball is going to be very dark blue with yellows, like a circle. Okay, that's really going to be what we call a debris ball. That means there is definitely a tornado on the ground. Some broad correlation coefficient drops here, so basically that could be debris being kicked up into the air for a possible tornado on the ground. Okay, but it also could be very strong winds blowing things like sticks. All right, shingles off roofs, things like that. Okay, so with that being said, if you are in these areas, if you are in the area of this, Peter, Keller, Lawton, please seek shelter. Again, we're going to treat this as if there is a tornado on the ground. All right, so again, please shelter. I'm going to put this out on social media here. Let people know. Are aware. All right, folks, back over here. Sorry, posting that stuff on social media so we can get the word out to help everyone out. Just joined us. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. If you have not had a chance yet to like and subscribe to the stream and the channel, please do so at this time. The more that like and subscribe, the more that YouTube will push this out to folks. Spread the word. So just to recap here, we are currently tracking possible tornado in Michigan. Taking a look here at our radar. Again, Decatur. Back to that other radar that was updated. Decatur, Keller, past Keller already. Lawton, Pawpaw, heading towards you there. Again, we have rotation right now near Dowagiac, just to the north of Dowagiac, heading towards Decatur and Lawton. That's very strong rotation, folks. Very strong rotation. Definitely just got a lot stronger. That correlation coefficient hasn't quite fully updated quite yet. Actually just updated a minute ago, so that's the most recent we have here. That radar velocity scan, that also at 5:17. So 2 minutes ago, we should be getting here in just a moment. Boy, oh boy, definitely have some strong rotation here. There's our inflow right there. Our outflow. That's your rotation. All right, so definitely have a possible tornado here in Michigan. And looking at Van Buren, just had a new tornado warning. I think that's the same one. Okay. So again, Van Buren and Cass in Cass County, Van Buren and Cass County in Michigan, currently underneath a tornado warning. There are only 2 tornado warnings right now, so we're going to stay on this right now. Did have one down in Indiana, but that was pretty broad rotation. Didn't do a whole lot, so looks like they allowed that to expire and did not continue it. But again, this is our strongest rotation that we've seen so far this evening. It is expected that these storms will be getting stronger. All right, as time goes on, we are expecting more storms to progress and form. Again, with possible tornadoes, large damaging hail, and heavy winds, damaging winds. All right, so to recap really quick, we were watching a storm down here, and I'm just going to double check that rotation here near Michigan Town, broad rotation here, down here in Cloverdale. That rotation has actually gotten a lot. Oh no, wobbling. Okay, there's some rotation, then it's not, then it is. Kind of keep an eye on that. But we're going to go back up here again. Our storm here in Michigan got going on here again near Dowagiac. Looks like we might have broad rotation. Bangor, possibly trying to. I'm going to grab the radar. Kind of in the middle of 2 radars here, as you can see. We have Grand Rapids, and then we have one near Warsaw, Indiana. Because of the distance from these radars, we're looking really high up in the atmosphere. So because of that, what we're seeing is really high up, not near the surface. So even though we have very strong rotation high up in the atmosphere, it doesn't always mean it's coming to the ground. However, this strong of rotation would not surprise me if we that rotation. Just this most recent scan, it's gotten a little bit weaker, but we've seen this happen already with this storm where the rotation got weaker, then it strengthened with the very next scan. So definitely a lot of spin in the atmosphere here. For this coming your forecast, we're showing it. Definitely have a lot of shear in the atmosphere. You have winds coming out of the south, and you have winds coming out of the east ahead of a warm front, and that's where we get our rotation. Look here at our rotation. Still have our rotation here to the north of Dowagiac. Correlation coefficient. Again, we're looking very high up in the atmosphere. Definitely seeing some stuff here lofted up into the atmosphere. Again, that could just be from the strong winds. All right, throwing sticks. Here we go. Grab the radar from Anna again near Warsaw, and we definitely see some debris here. This right here is very concerning. All right, so I'm going to put a little spot on this here. Let's take a look. We're going to correlate 2 things. All right, we're going to look at our correlation coefficient. We're going to jump over to our velocity. Look at that. right where the two are coming together. All right. So again, we have our inflow and our outflow, again, side by side. That's what's creating our rotation, our correlation coefficient. We have what we call a CC drop, correlation coefficient drop, basically meaning that we have potential air. So with that, I'm pretty certain we do have something on the ground here, or did, for momentarily. See that drop just got a little bit weaker. Still could have something on the ground here. Not a very heavily populated area. It did go through Twin Lakes there, area really close. We can see that less populated area now. So may not see a whole lot in the correlation coefficient, but to recap, we have two tornado warnings right now. Possible tornado on the ground. According to the National Weather Service, oh, yep, there it is. It has changed to an observed tornado. So this is actually on the ground, folks. We do have an observed tornado warning now in effect until 5:45 for northeastern Cass County. All right, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is a damaging tornado with ping pong ball size hail. This is a radar confirmed tornado. All right, so with that, what we're seeing on that correlation coefficient is flying debris, just like I expected. That's what we were seeing. And again, play this out. Nothing, and then all of a sudden, ball there. Little ball right there. Back this up just one frame. Yep, there we go. So right here, that is a small debris ball. Not a big one, but there's definitely debris in the area. So with that, we do have now a confirmed tornado on the ground, moving northeast towards Decatur. Where else? Towards Lawton. Keep an eye on this, folks. This is definitely one to watch right now. Again, we only have just the two tornado warnings. Again, Cass and Van Buren, both are now stating observed. So you can see that change there for the Cass County one has now changed to an observed tornado because, of course, one in Buren towards, or from, I should say, has been confirmed. Once again, folks, we definitely want to get the word out. Have family, friends in Decatur, Lawton, Matawan, Pawpaw, Lawrence. Let them know to get to their safe spots. Have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Michigan. All right, once again, just recapping, have a confirmed tornado, Michigan. Counties underneath a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado, Cass County and Van Buren counties. We do see this right now near Glenwood. We have a drop here with confirmed tornado. We have rotation. Actually, we might be getting two. Okay, this is interesting. We have two spots of rotation now that we want to pay attention to here. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. Boy, yep, there's our newest update. Volena, just to the north of Volena, we have some really good rotation. Just to the north of Glenwood, we also have a little bit of rotation. what happens here. But again, are confirmed according to the National Weather Service in the Northeast at 45 miles an hour. We have a damaging tornado with ping pong size hail. Sorry, hail core right here. Just moving into Decatur right now is the hail core. All right. Again, moving northeast towards Decatur. Next up, we have Lawton and possibly Paw Paw. I'm thinking more so Paw Paw, to be honest with you. This is more north than it is east. So northeast, of course, but I think it's more towards the north side. All right, so if we watch this hail core here, we can see that or north a little bit. It's actually turning just a little bit, so maybe Lawton. It's going to go somewhere near Paw Paw and Lawton. Next up, then after that is Matawan. And then Kalamazoo, Portage. Get ready. Or in Kalamazoo or Portage, I expect a tornado warning to be momentarily. All right. We do have a confirmed tornado. Here is our tornado, folks. Let's go back to our high-res reflectivity radar, which allows us to see where the rain is, allows us to see where the rotation is, especially in stronger rotations. Not always, but when we have strong rotation. Here you go. Here is your inflow. Here is your outflow. Middle, tornado. All right. So with that, we can then take a look at our velocity. It allows us to see winds. That rotation here as well. Another thing we can look at too to determine if it's on the ground or not is what's called correlation coefficient. There is what we call a ball right here. Folks, we definitely have a tornado out there. No longer there. It recently lifted, but I don't think it has, to be honest with you. Here is our tornado area. Again, moving off to the northeast. Next up, we have Decatur, Lawton. Got some new severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see where those are at. Down in Iowa and Indiana, North Carolina area. A lot of severe weather out there today, not just tornadoes, but we have large hail, and we also have damaging winds. So this whole area is actually a complex of a much larger area, anywhere from Wisconsin through Illinois, Indiana, moving to look at where we're at right now for the radar overall. So here is our overall radar right now. We can see things are forming from Clare, Wisconsin, all the way down to Madison. That line very well could easily continue down to Aurora, potentially. Have another amount of storms just off of Milwaukee over the lake, and off to the north. Of course, we have that section of storms here. Kalamazoo, here, Paw Paw area, where we have that confirmed tornado right now. We also have storms down here in Indianapolis, just off to your west, and move northeast. And as we can see, we have another set of storms trying to form here, actually north of Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, Iowa, and to north up towards Minneapolis. So this is an ongoing situation, folks. We are going to be here throughout the night. Please share this stream with your friends, family. Love to have everyone on here. If you have not done so already, please like and subscribe to the stream. That really helps push it out for everyone else. Feel free to chat. Let me know if the chat is not working. I haven't seen one chat yet, so please let me know. I can search that if that is the case. All right, let's get back to our local radar here so we can take a look at that tornado once again. Here's some good news. All right, some good news. Our inflow is getting closed off. So what does that mean? That means that the rain is filling in, heavier rain, and the stronger the rain is, the less likely you have an inflow. Not always, but usually. All right, so when this closes off, usually your rotation. All right, so let's take a look at our velocity scan. Let's see our rotation here on radar. We definitely have rotation going on here. We'll take a look at our correlation coefficient once again. Have some broad correlation coefficient CC drop here. Could have something here. Again, we're still looking pretty far from the radar, so we are looking very high up. Atmosphere. I'll select another radar. Here. All right, folks, we have a new tornado warning. New tornado warning for Michigan. Once again, we are now underneath a tornado warning in central St. Joseph County. Central St. Joseph County until 6:30 p.m. Quickly post that out to social media here. Everyone knows what's going on. All right, folks, once again, we do have a new tornado warning now for central St. Joseph County in southwestern until 6:30 p.m. with a tornado and pong ball size hail. This storm is moving off to east at 25 miles an hour, so a little bit slower than our other ones we've been tracking. Let's look at that and see what's going on. Get our reflectivity here first. Get on there. Take a look also at our velocity scheme. There's our rotation, folks, just to the south of Three Rivers. South of Three Rivers is our rotation. Not seeing anything too much on correlation coefficient yet. We're near Three Rivers. Keep an eye on that for the next scan. Really well in the storm. So, see, this is what I was talking about a moment ago. You know, not always if you have a close off of that rotation, that inflow, have, you know, no rotation. You can still have rotation, especially in stronger storms. So taking a look here, just to the south of Three Rivers is where our rotation is right now. By the way, if you're wondering how do I determine where that rotation is, again, we're looking for the greens and the reds when they come together. The closer they are, tighter the rotation. Also, just so you're aware, look at the radar and we determine which way are things moving. Green is towards the radar, red is away from the radar. Okay, so when they come together, right, we have towards the radar and we have away from the radar. I'll draw that out so you can see that. That's where we get our rotation. Back up here to Decatur, we did have a really good rotation up here not too long ago. Has really broadened out, so that's good news. That's really good news. Grateful to see that. I'm going to grab a different radar really quick. Again, we're kind of in the middle of two radars here near Decatur. Still seeing some rotation. It's definitely a lot broader than what it was before, so that is really good news. But again, we're not going to treat this as if nothing's going on. We're going to say something is happening. So, again, if you're in Lawton, Matawan, Pawpaw, Schoolcraft, I know you're not in this warning right now, but with the way these storms are moving, you could see a tornado warning appear any moment if this rotation continues. So at this time, I would encourage you to get into your safe spot. All right. Lowest floor of your home, most interior room of your home if you do not have a basement. Also recommend, if you're able to, put shoes on. Have something to protect your head, like a helmet, or something heavy to put over you, like a mattress, or even, you know, worst case, even pillows. You know, you just want to stop any debris the best you can. Folks, we've had some really strong tornadoes over the last 24 hours, and I would not be surprised to see strong tornadoes tonight again. All right. We have a very, very ripe atmosphere for tornadoes, and we're going to be here with you all night. We're going to keep an eye on this. Again, share this stream. All right, folks, there's that tornado warning that I was assuming was coming. We now have a tornado warning for Portage, Schoolcraft, Vicksburg, Pavilion, Kalamazoo. You are now in the tornado warning. All right, so please shelter at this time. We have a tornado warning for southeastern Van Buren County in southwestern Michigan, Kalamazoo, southwest Michigan until 6:45 p.m. This is for that rotation we've been watching moving through the Van Buren area, going northeast towards Kalamazoo. This has now been issued. If you're in this area, please shelter. For me, one moment, folks. We're going to post this to social media. Everyone is aware as to what's going on. Not anybody caught off guard. All right, here we go. I'm posting this to social media, getting the word out there for everyone so they know what's going on. Welcome to those that just joined the stream. They're currently tracking rotation with a possible tornado that is near Decatur, moving towards Lawton, and is now has been warranted in Portage, Schoolcraft, Vicksburg, Kalamazoo, Pavilion. All of these areas are underneath a tornado warning as of right now. So if you are near this, please shelter. Treat this as if there is a tornado on the ground. Your safe spot. Protect yourself no matter what. Again, we do definitely have some rotation here. We can even see it on radar. Just to the south of Lawton is that rotation. We also have another one also that is underneath the tornado warning right now near Centralville, and Ottawa, I think is how you pronounce it. It's just off to the east of Three Rivers, and that is moving to the last check. It was at about 25 miles an hour, still listed as 25 miles an hour. Our storm up here near Matawan and Lawton, this one is moving off to the northeast at approximately 45 miles an hour. So if we track this out here, again, moving east, northeast, take a look at where we're headed here. Northeast, up near Kalamazoo, and anywhere in between. Here we go. Portage in about 17 minutes, Oshtemo in about 16, Kalamazoo in about 21 minutes, Northwood in 25, Parchment in 25, Comstock in about 20 minutes. That's down near Kalamazoo. For those of you that live in Grand Rapids, that is not Comstock near Grand Rapids. I know that because I live in the area. All right. So again, now at this point, we do have 3 tornado warnings, all in Michigan, Van Buren, St. Joseph, and Kalamazoo and Van Buren counties. All right. So once again, if you are in these areas, please seek shelter immediately. We are treating this as we do have tornadoes on the ground. We did actually have one on the ground in Van Buren recently. That storm has weakened just a little bit. However, we have seen these storms go from weaker to stronger at any moment. Taking a look here at the one in Van Buren, definitely have some broad rotation here. Look at our correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing anything right now that indicates there could be something on the ground. But again, we are quite far from the radar, so not to say there isn't, because there very well could be, not being picked up right now. So if you're in these areas, please seek shelter immediately. Just joined the stream, thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Please make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. That will allow us to push this out to more folks that need to know. For those that are jumping online right now, just going into YouTube, live in the area of these tornado warnings, we definitely want them to be aware of what's going on. Don't mind me, I'm just going to take a couple bites here. Have some dinner sitting next. All right. So once again, welcome for those that just joined the stream. Just to do a quick recap, currently have 3 tornado warnings that we are tracking, all in Michigan. We have Van Buren, St. Joseph, and Kalamazoo counties. Our most recent one was Kalamazoo County. We have an observed possible tornado on the ground in Van Buren. Moving towards Kalamazoo, we can see that on our velocity scan here. We have some definite rotation, kind of broad right now in the Van Buren area. We also have that other one down here in central St. Joseph County. We also have rotation there as well. Hey Gavin, how are you? Your dinner, I do apologize. I have some. Want to stop by? I'm sure we can get you some. All right, so we definitely have some rotation here that is tightening back up. We keep an eye on this here in Mattawan. So once again, if you just joined the stream, thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Please make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, get the word out, let others know, post this on social media. Greatly appreciate it. So again, we're currently tracking 2 areas of rotation here in Michigan, one near Mattawan and one near Three Rivers, just to the east of Three Rivers, near Mendon and However you pronounce that, sorry. Centerville. If you're in these areas, please make sure to seek shelter now. Where these are going. So again, we do have the one up here near Lawton and Mattawan that is moving to the northeast at approximately 45 miles an hour. Definitely been an ongoing rotation, so I'm not expecting it to let up anytime soon. Ashtamon in about 13 minutes, Portage in 14 or 15 minutes, Kalamazoo in about 18 minutes, Northwood in about 20 minutes, Comstock in about 20 minutes. Your Eastport in about 24 minutes, Galesburg in about 28 minutes, Richland in about 30 minutes. So that's that rotation right there. Other rotation down here near Three Rivers, moving off to the east at about 25 miles an hour. Have in path Sherwood in about 27 minutes. Sorry, Colon in about 16 minutes. Batavia in about 45 minutes. Lockwood in 50 minutes. Coldwater in 56. About an hour for Girard. Just heard a new tornado warning come through. Look here. Nope, sorry. I think that was actually a severe thunderstorm warning I heard come through. So we have other severe thunderstorm warnings that are now starting to form out west. Keep an eye on those storms as well. We're really focused on the tornado warnings right now, as that is our main concern. But as I zoom out here relatively far, you can see we have severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to form out west, Iowa, towards Illinois and Wisconsin. It's a long night, folks. We're going to have lots of storms here. Definitely favorable for lots of tornadoes potentially. We're just at the beginning of this here. All right, just at the beginning of this. We have a warm front that is really triggering this. Warm and a cold front. Look here real quick. Show you the approximate location where the warm and cold fronts are right now. So we have a cold front right now, approximately, that is going through, just to the west of Wisconsin, Iowa, on down. Then we have our warm front that is slicing through Ohio, northern Indiana, through Wisconsin, as this warm front continues to move to the northeast, that's where we're seeing the majority of our rotation. We have winds coming out of the east. We have a very strong flow coming out of the south. Those two mix, then have rotation, going in opposite directions, basically. So that's the reason for this rotation, an ongoing rotation, to be honest with you. For example, this one right here near Matawan, this rotation has been going on since Berrien County. All right, so this has been a long duration rotation that we've been keeping an eye on. At one point, we definitely had an observed, confirmed tornado on the ground. If we take a look here at our correlation coefficient, we have any CC drop here. Definitely seeing some possible CC drop. And we also have some CC drop now in down here in St. Joe. So again, we're going to treat these as if they were actual tornadoes on the ground. If you're underneath the warning, shelter immediately. All right. So again, we have 3 different warnings currently in effect. Actually, maybe now. Nope, still 3. We have St. Joseph, Tipton, Howard, Indiana. That's a new one, actually. We'll go check out here in a moment. Kalamazoo and Van Buren. So down here in Tipton, here, Center, Nevada, Jackson, moving off to the east, northeast. Radar indicated rotation. We have a tornado warning for that area until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Off to the northeast. So for those, it looks like 35 miles an hour. So for those in the path of this, West Liberty, Normal, Curtisville, all down in Indiana. Definitely treat this as if it was a real tornado on the ground. We have rotation. Have any correlation coefficient here? Some broad correlation coefficient drop. Very well could have something on the ground. So again, we're going to treat that as if there is. Yep, we probably do. I saw that tick up right there. Did you see that? So as that got stronger right there near Jackson, that's where our rotation is. We're going to assume that's probably on the ground. We'll probably see that go from radar indicated to observed momentarily. All right, so taking a look here, going back up to up to Michigan. We'll grab our Grand Rapids radar and take those storms up there. To recap here, this is our reflectivity, tells us where the rain, since the thunderstorms are. Keep an eye on these storms that are over the lake right now. I just noticed those have gotten quite stronger as they are crossing the lake. Look at that. Those are moving off to the east, northeast. Keep an eye on those. Got some stuff forming right in front of those. So those get closer to land. We'll take a look at those. Again, going back down here to Kalamazoo, we do have an ongoing tornado warning for Kalamazoo and Portage, Vicksburg, Pavilion. This is definitely a tornado. Let's take a look here. Is radar indicated, but I'm thinking it might be on the ground. I just saw something that caught my attention. Here's our velocity scan. Get our correlation coefficient. A little bit behind. It's about 4 minutes behind. So let me grab another radar real quick. So far from the radar for all these sites. 551. Okay, this is just updated. Definitely looks like there's something near Lawton. Look at that. All right, let's take a look at that velocity, see if they're near each other. And the velocity's out further where that correlation coefficient is. Not be fully up to. Keep an eye on that, but it does appear that there could be one on the ground there for sure. Radar and the velocity scan. We also have another tornado warning here still in progress near Mendon. Leonidas. Sorry, not good at pronouncing some of these. Kalan, and moving to the northeast. Northeast, that is. Definitely see that. Oh, look at that. Okay, here's some really strong rotation again. Look at this, folks. Right here. Right there. I just circled it. That correlation coefficient. Hard to really see. I'm thinking there is something there. This is an observed tornado, though, at this time. So again, if you're in this area, know anyone in this area in northeastern St. Joseph County, you have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Colon, or 10 miles east of Three Rivers, moving at 35 miles an hour. So let's take a look at this here. Gavin, sorry, not sure when that, 5:49 that came through. If you're still on the stream, I would not recommend doing pickleball tonight, as we do have storms moving in. They could form at any time, so if you guys do decide to go, I would just keep an eye on the radar and the sky. All right. All right, let's take a look at that very large and dangerous tornado that we currently have on the ground, once again, down here in St. Joseph. We can definitely see that. So here's our inflow. Look at this. Here's the inflow right here. Here's your outflow. Right there's your tornado. So if we take a look, put a spot on that velocity scan. Yep, right over top of that. Good news is that velocity scan, the most recent scan, is a little less than what it was just a second ago. That was definitely a lot stronger right there. Let up just a little bit, but we definitely still have a tornado on the ground and moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Track that out. Let's take a look at where that's headed. Yes. So in 11 minutes, we got Sherwood. In about 22 minutes. Dunk, 27. Gerard in 32. Coldwater in 33. South Butler in 42. Quincy in 43. And Butler in 45. We can see here that we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning just pop up here for location just in front of that, or sorry, just to the northeast of that, for hail, gusts of 60 miles an hour. They're definitely wind up there. We can take the reflectivity. There's our storm right there, moving to the northeast. That's what has that tornado. It's down towards the south. So if you are in Burlington, Athens, Tasha, Eckford, Homer, keep an eye on this. This easily could turn from a severe thunderstorm warning to tornado warning at any moment, just due to the fact that we have this rotation still down here near Mendon and Leonidas. All right, folks, we just had a new tornado warning. Sherwood, Gerard, Butler. If you are in this area, please shelter at this time. We have an observed large tornado with diameter hail. This tornado warning is for northeastern St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan, northern Branch County in southwestern Michigan until 6:30. A large and extremely dangerous tornado. Now a particularly dangerous situation, also known as a S. Folks, this is serious. We have a very large tornado. This is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. That means that we visually definitely have seen this on the ground. If you know anyone in this area, please let them know right now to seek shelter. Tell them to get to the lowest ground. Very serious, folks. Whenever we get a PS tornado warning, this is very, very serious. Folks, let's get the word out. If you have not shared this stream yet, please do so. Let your friends and family know. If you know anyone down in that area, tell them to get to the lower ground interior room of their home ASAP. All right, this is a large, extremely dangerous tornado and a PS tornado warning. All right, particularly dangerous situation. This will be near Union City at around 6:05 p.m. Let's take a look here. This is now moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's turned just a little bit. Northeast now at 45 miles an hour. It's gotten even faster than what it was before. Let's take a look here. Northeast, 45 miles an hour. This is going to be near Sherwood now. Sherwood, get to your safe spot. 11 minutes. Burlington, 16. Girard, 19. Takashana, 21. Butler, 29. Folks, get to your safe spot now if you are in those locations. Look at this, folks. I had mentioned that we could have a tornado warning for this severe thunderstorm warning near Marshall, Burlington, and Clarendon. It has not been issued yet, but I can almost guarantee you it is coming. All right? This is a serious situation. This tornado on the ground, confirmed. This is a very large destructive tornado. Right here's our debris ball, folks. This right here is a very large debris ball. That black in there, that means the radar has no idea what it's looking at because of how large the object is. All right, that's trees. That's housing material. Dare say that could vehicles potentially. All right, folks, get this out to those that you know that are in the path of this tornado. This is a very serious situation. This is something we have not seen in Michigan in a very long time. So if you know anyone in this area, please let them know immediately the path of this tornado to shelter, even if they're not in the tornado warning. And this is moving off to the north at about 45 miles an hour. Folks, Coldwater just went underneath a tornado warning. Jonesville, Hillsdale, Quincy, Bethel, all of these areas are now underneath a tornado warning for this tornado that is moving northeast. Now, that tornado warning relatively low. I'm wondering if it's for this guy right here. Look. Yep, that is. There is now rotation near Gilead. All right, this is radar indicated rotation. Tornado warning for northern Steuben County in northeastern Indiana, Branch County in southwestern Michigan, northwestern Hillsdale County in southwestern Michigan until 6:45. folks, do a quick recap here. We have a lot going on here. We now have 3 areas of rotation, 2 that are kind of a broad rotation, 1 that is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado right here near Sherwood that just moved in. Update again off to the northeast, heading towards Burlington, Athens. Folks, I know you're not in the tornado warning for Athens and Burlington. Please seek shelter immediately. All right, this tornado is moving towards you. All right, this is a large and destructive tornado. All right, folks, we are now up to 5 tornado warnings out there, and all of them but 1.25, in a sense, are in Michigan. All right, we have a lot of rotation in the atmosphere here with these storms that are moving off to the northeast. Folks, let's take a look at that radar and do a quick reset. Again, we have 5 tornado warnings out there. Taking a look here, we have one up here near Kalamazoo. All right, this one not as strong as it was previously, but we still have some rotation near Portage. All right, the rotation near Portage. I am seeing a CC drop. This is not confirmed yet. It's still only radar indicated. However, I am seeing a drop, which means most likely there is a tornado on the ground. If you are near Portage, Kalamazoo, Galesburg, there's that tornado warning right there. I knew it was going to happen. There it is. Galesburg, Augusta, Climax. You are now underneath a tornado warning. All right. We're now underneath a tornado warning for an observed tornado. I just talked about that, folks, with that CC drop. All right. It is now on the ground. This tornado is now moving the northeast. A PDS situation, again, particularly dangerous situation at 35 miles an hour. Central Kalamazoo County in southwestern Michigan. Folks, if you know anyone in the path of these tornadoes tonight, please let them know about the stream. Feel free to share this stream with others. Place it on your social media. Let's let everybody know what's going on. All right. So again, we have a PDS now tornado situation in central Kalamazoo County in southwestern Michigan until 7 p.m. We definitely are seeing debris in the air. We do have a confirmed tornado now observed on the ground. Shelter, Portage, Galesburg, Pavilion, Climax, Augusta, Battle Creek. I would even dare say get ready. Okay, if you're in Battle Creek, get ready. This rotation, folks, has been ongoing since Berrien County, all right, which is down by Lake Michigan, and it is moving to the east-northeast, again, at around 40 to 45, sometimes even 55 miles an hour. Right now it's 35. Taking a look here, we also have another tornado warning now near Coldwater. Right, tornado warning near Coldwater. This one is for a radar-indicated tornado warning. Not seeing a whole lot on the correlation coefficient. Velocity scan, there is some broad rotation here. We're going to keep an eye on that. Gola down in Indiana, just see that right there. There's some rotation there as well. We'll keep an eye on that. Athens, this is our big one, folks. This is a large and dangerous tornado. This is also a PDS, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that was located over Colon, or 13 miles north of Sturgis, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. A weather spotter confirmed tornado. We've seen this on the ground, folks. That does not look good. That rotation right there is very, 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 very strong. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. There's your CC drop right there. This is definitely, yeah, definitely not good. Definitely not good. Folks, if you have any family, friends in the area, let them know. They're in Burlington, Clarendon, Homer, Exford, Albion, Marengo, even Marshall. I don't know if it'll go that far north, but again, we've seen things happen. Pulaski, Hanover, Concord, Spring Arbor. Folks, this storm is moving towards them. All right? Again, at approximately 45 miles an hour. We'll time this out here real quick. Cashna, 13 minutes. Butler, 20 minutes. Exford, 25. Homer, 26. Condit, 29. Albion, 33. Concord, 37. Horton, 45 minutes. South Jackson, 51 minutes. Folks, definitely serious. We have a very large tornado on the ground. Very strong rotation. Look at the inflow that we can see right now on radar. Here is your inflow right there. Here's your outflow. Very strong rotation at on the radar velocity. Here is your, look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is your inflow. Look at how big the inflow is. Here's your outflow. Look at how big it is. This is a large tornado. Folks, if you know anyone in the path of this, please share this. Even if you don't, share this so that others can see it and they can reshare it. Gotta get this word out, folks. This is serious right now. Large tornado. We have another one that is forming up here near Portage. Folks, this one near Portage, I noticed on the CC correlation coefficient as I was looking at the other storm. This is a debris ball right here. Have a debris ball. This right near the airport. Right near an airport. AZO, whatever airport that is. Folks, this is definitely serious. Turn my mic down a little bit. Getting excited here, but ultimately serious. If you know anyone in these areas, please let them know. Share this stream. Share this stream. Know anyone in Galesburg, Augusta, Battle Creek, Climax. This storm is this tornado is moving towards them right now. All right. Oh boy, folks, that tornado that we were talking about down here. We're gonna jump into this. We're gonna focus on this one. This is now a tornado emergency. Tornado emergency for Union City, Michigan. Tornado emergency. Folks, what does that mean? That means that this is a serious situation. All right? This storm, or tornado, I should say, you're calling it a deadly tornado. That's how bad it is. Okay? If you're not in shelter, get in shelter if you're in these areas. This is moving towards Padunk, Sherwood, South Butler, Girard. Folks, this is a serious situation. Potentially deadly tornado now is on the ground. Take cover immediately. If you have not shared this stream, please do so. Gotta get the word out. We gotta get the word out. May not know about this. It's a beautiful day out. It's warm, not raining. They're outside most likely. They have no idea this is coming. All right, Litchfield. I know they're underneath the tornado warning right now, but folks might not see anything in the sky and just think, oh, it's nothing. Okay, so we gotta let them know, folks. We have tornado warnings popping up all over the place now. Now, Battle Creek, Marshall, they are now in a tornado warning for an observed tornado. All right. Tornado warning for Calhoun County in south central Michigan. This tornado was located near Burlington, northeast at 45 miles an hour. Observed tornado, damaging tornado. Please, 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 if you are on the stream right now, share this. You can share this stream on your own social media so others can see it. Please, please, please share this stream. Let others know this is a serious situation we have going on right now in. All right, once again, we do have a tornado emergency here in Michigan for Branch County, Northern Branch County. Tornado emergency for Union. Particularly dangerous situation. This is a deadly tornado, life-threatening situation. Know anyone in the path of this? Please let them know to shelter immediately. This is moving again northeast at approximately 45 miles an hour. Tornado warning. Tornado warning. Tornado warning for northern Cuban County in northeastern Indiana, southeastern Branch County in southwestern Michigan, southwestern Hillsdale County in southeastern Michigan. A storm that is capable of producing a tornado. All right, this is radar indicated rotation. All right, let's go back to the PDS tornado emergency now. Again, Gerard. Let's take a look at velocity once again. Here's our velocity scan. Still very strong. Definitely not as strong as it was just a couple moments ago, but that doesn't mean anything, folks, because the rotation, I've been watching it, it's gone from weaker to really, really strong to weaker to really, really strong in a matter of minutes. Okay? Radar updates about every 2 to 3 minutes or so. What does that mean? That means that sometimes we don't see things. Okay? If something happens in between those scans and then dissipates, we don't see it. Now, this one we're definitely going to see because of how large it is, and it is ongoing. But just so you're aware, there can be times where something may get really strong and we don't see it on radar. All right, so there are weather spotters out there. Weather spotters have confirmed that this is a tornado on the ground, and this is a tornado emergency. All right, let's take a look here. We have another one now in cold water also that is still ongoing. Tornado warning remains in effect for radar indicated tornado. And this is in Eastern Branch and northwestern Hillsdale counties. We have another piece of rotation with a tornado warning down near Fremont, Angola, Clear Lake. It's all in Indiana, moving to the northeast. It's also radar indicated. Possible CC drop with this one near Angola. Possible CC drop near Angola. So that means that there could be something on the ground. Another tornado warning, folks. They are coming in one right after another. All right. So new tornado warning now in Calhoun County. Calhoun County. Now an observed tornado warning. Until 7:50 p.m. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Particularly dangerous situation. This is the one that was part of that tornado emergency. And this tornado is going to the northeast. I'm actually watching this and actually trying to go more north, to be honest with you, than east. So look at that on the radar. Now you can see how that last little end there, it jumped north. So it's trying to turn, go north possibly. All right. We have a severe thunderstorm warning up near again, Norton Shores, Shelby, Whitehall area for Michigan for a line of storms that are coming onshore right now. I'm seeing broad rotation with that one. Nothing too concerning at the moment. More so for wind and hail, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So somebody was asking about that for me. So there we go. All right. So going back down and taking a look at our tornado emergency. Good news, our rotation is letting up. Take a look at the last couple scans, how strong it was. Definitely letting up. You saw that right there? So that last second scan, second to last scan right there. That's what I was talking about. See how it went really, really strong, let up a little bit, got really strong again, and now it's letting up again. So got to keep an eye on this. We still definitely have a tornado on the ground here. So currently, we have 6 tornado warnings with that one tornado emergency. Currently, we have an observed tornado in Kalamazoo and one in Calhoun. Again, that's part of that tornado emergency. Here's that one near Kalamazoo. That debris has definitely gotten a lot larger. At our velocities here, we definitely have broad rotation now, some let up, and the reason that's gotten larger is the debris is now scattering and falling away as the tornado is letting up potentially. We're still going to treat it as if there's one on the ground though, because I do see still some tight rotation near Galesburg towards Augusta. Battle Creek Airport, I'm sure they are seeking shelter, to be honest with you, as this tornado is moving towards them. Oh boy, look at that. Takashna. I think I'm saying that right. Probably not. Takansha. Takansha. That rotation just got a little bit stronger near there. So that's still a part of that tornado emergency. Definitely see that rotation. It's getting a little bit stronger, a little bit tighter. At our correlation coefficient, we can definitely see there's debris out there. It's not as tight as it was earlier, so that's good news. Real good news. All right, let's take a look down here in Angola. We have also a tornado warning down here. I'm seeing a debris ball right here near Page. So let's take a look at the velocity scheme here. There's our rotation letting up. Let's see here. Oh, it's actually gotten stronger. So near Fremont, again, this is down in Indiana. But for those of you that are in Michigan, Montgomery, Camden, California, Algansey, Reading, this tornado is moving towards you. All right. This is a radar indicated tornado, but it would not surprise me if they convert this to or change and observed, as we are seeing that correlation coefficient drop. Very well possible being lofted into the air. Right here is that debris ball. All right. So, just to quickly recap, we'll zoom out a little bit here. Back to our radar. Got a lot going on, folks. Got a lot going on. We currently have a total of 6 tornado warnings. All of them, but a couple, are in Michigan. We have one in Grant, Indiana, another one in Steuben, Indiana, which is actually a part of one that's in Michigan, Hillsdale, and Branch. Yeah, just those 2. And then the rest are actually in Michigan. So for this line right here, in between Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, Coldwater, Hillsdale, all of these areas are underneath a tornado warning, and some of these are actually observed. That tornado was observed on the ground, like, for example, the one near Calhoun County, or in Calhoun County, I should say. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. That's that ongoing tornado. That was actually the part of that tornado emergency a moment ago, which has now been allowed to expire. But we still definitely have some rotation on there in Calhoun. Still have some rotation up here near Galesburg, Augusta, now heading into Battle Creek. And then as we zoom out a little bit here and take a look, I know we have that one tornado warning down here in Indiana. That one real quick. Definitely seeing some velocity there. Some broad rotation, not tight at all. And so that's good news. Zooming back out, though, we can see we definitely have severe thunderstorm warnings, all right, that are popping up all over the place. So we definitely want to keep an eye on this. There's actually more forming out to the west. We're going to want to keep an eye on that for sure as time goes on. Taking a look here, we can see here, this is the overall radar. Got a lot happening here in the Midwest. We definitely have a really big line that is trying to form between Duluth, I believe that's Duluth, the other side, so the other there, down to Rice Lake, Eau Claire, Cross, and going into Iowa, Cora, Waukon, and down here to Manchester, Elladoo, Davenport, Iowa, Illinois here. And we also have this line over here that's formed, right? This one here from Muskegon, Michigan, Kalamazoo, Hillsdale, Ann Arbor. I'm sorry, not Ann Arbor. It'll get to you. For those that live over there by Detroit, it's coming. Adrian, let's see here, Fort Wayne, Marion, Annapolis. Put this in motion. We can see this forming. In fact, let me expand this just a little bit so we can see more of this. See how quickly this has been forming. Storms firing up on these lines relatively quickly. So we're going to be here for a long while, folks. Long while. We got a long ways to go here. Future forecast showed storms still going into Michigan around midnight. with that second line that's forming. If it, we'll see if it happens. Okay, it's still early in the evening, 6:30 Eastern time, 5:30 Central time. So as the sun, of course, starts to go down later on in the evening, that's when things will probably start to slow down a little bit potentially. Um, yeah, we're gonna be with you for the long haul here. So again, the majority of our weather right now is in Michigan. Taking a look at those tornado warnings. I wanted to jump up here. We did have some stuff forming up here by Muskegon, that line that's moving in. At this one here, here's that line may have weakened just a little bit. The hill cores have weakened a little bit. Have some. I'm looking here at Dalton. Little notch right near Dalton. We're going to keep an eye on this line here. Coming back to it every now and then. An eye on it. But what I was looking at here, I'll go back to the reflectivity. Oh, actually, just had an update on the scan, and what I was seeing no longer there. I back up one scan. So we had this little inflow right here near Dalton. All right, little inflow. Rid of. There we go. This little inflow right here near Dalton. That's what I was looking at. But that has since. Good news. Here's the most recent scan. I don't see that anymore. But we still have some kinks in the line, little here and there. Keep an eye on it. Those could be real quick spin ups potentially. Got a lot of spin in the atmosphere, but definitely more so down near our warm front. I've left this on so we can see where the warm front is relatively okay. The update of that warm front image does not update in real time. It does update every so often. Warm front could actually be a little bit further north than it what actually is. Trying to get an idea of where that is, I can turn on the winds, where the winds are. Direction, I should say, of the wind. So here we go. So you have winds coming out of the west, turning to the north. Sorry, turning from the south to the north, right there by Three Rivers, Sturgis. And our warm front's going to be just in front of where those winds are going north and then going either east or west. So here you go. I believe this warm front is actually now just a little bit further north, running through Toledo. I think, get a guess here, our warm front is actually right about here now. Going on up. To be honest with you, I think that's about where the warm front is. That would make sense. Where tornado warnings are, right on that warm front, just ahead of it. So these storms up here near Muskegon, they're quite a ways, in a sense, out ahead of the warm front. We have more forming, though, I just noticed, over the lake near Holland. So definitely got a lot going on here. Want to see something, you want to know what's going on in your area, please let me know in the chat. Love to hear from you. Dive back in and take a look at these tornadoes here really quick. Warnings and see what's going on. Everything was kind of letting up a little bit the last time I had looked. That's still the case. That's still the case. And we still have some rotation. Definitely not as strong as it was. Look at this debris area from Galesburg. That tornado picked up a lot of debris and has thrown it really, really far. So if you look at where the velocity is, again, this is a very broad rotation here. Not tight at all, but in fact, it's even less now with that newest update that really just came through. But, this is our rotation, very, very broad. But if we take a look at this and we back it up, I'm going to bump this out to 21 frames so I can see all of it that I want to show you. So where we had that really, really tight rotation right about here, just west of Portage, when that rotation, not live, folks, this is a while ago, okay? We're looking back a ways, 5:55 p.m. Eastern time, but the storm had picked up all that debris as it was moving. It was still picking up debris, throwing that debris up into the atmosphere around the tornado. Once it dissipates, where's the debris going to go, right? It's got to fall out, okay? And when the rotation is spinning that debris around the tornado, whenever that tornado eventually dissipates, well, whichever way it was moving, it's going to continue to move. So ultimately, if it's going one way, it's going to continue to go that way. So that's why we see, look at the correlation coefficient, why we see such a wide area of debris. Here, this is all most likely debris from that tornado. Now, I don't believe there's still one on the ground. I know it still says observed. Because that debris ball is no longer really there, and my rotation, or the rotation I should say, is very broad. I don't believe there's one still on the ground. There potentially could be one, though, near Clarendon. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Have a little bit of debris potentially right here over Clarendon near Homer. So if you're in this area, Homer, Albion, Concord, Parma, please seek shelter. Okay, we definitely could have a possible tornado still on the ground here. Again, velocity scan, definitely rotation. Just had a new tornado warning, either update or come through. I'm going to take a look at that here real quick. Yes, Calhoun County. Calhoun County in Michigan, which is actually the one I'm looking at right now. So already was looking at that, so we're good. Taking a look here at the other tornadoes that are down a little further. To look for any rotation. We have some here near Clear Lake, Indiana, Montgomery, Michigan, Camden, Michigan. A very good rotation here. Have any drop here? Not seeing any drop right now, so that could just be broad rotation. This is an observed tornado, but I think it's from earlier. We'll still treat it as if there is one on the ground because I do see that inflow. Here it is also. Got an update on the radar. Our velocity has not caught up quite yet. That's still from 6:34, so 2 minutes ago. But that shows here with the next update. Correlation coefficient is also actually that just updated just now, so I'm not seeing anything. A little bit just north of Montgomery. Keep an eye on that. If you're in this area though, Camden, Cambria, Ransom, I know you're not in the tornado warning, but you might as well treat it because you're right on it and it's coming towards you. Montgomery, so forth in this area, definitely seek shelter. Definitely have a lot of roads in this area. Don't see a lot of neighborhoods per se, so we're kind of out in the open ground. That also contribute to less correlation coefficient. We got some more storms that are now starting to pop up. Look at this again, Berrien County and near Lawrence, Pawpaw, Matawan. We have another storm that's starting to form here. Might be just there, so that's good news. That's good news. For rotation on that one. I'm going to go back up here to Muskegon. I was telling you earlier I was seeing some possible kinks line. Still got some. Right, still some kinks line. That on the reflectivity as well. But this, by the way, this severe thunderstorm warning is really for the hail. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. County. Or Muskegon, I should say. 40 miles an hour. So if we push this out and take where this is going at 40 miles an hour, line here. Here, Muskegon, here, Holton in about 8 minutes. Brunswick in 10. Fremont in 17. In 24. Newaygo in 28. Groton 38. Big Bend in 45. Howard City in 53. Borland in 56. Campbell 9. Yes. Hi, Joe. I can see your chat. Right. So, do a quick recap here. Do a quick recap here. We do have still tornado warnings that are ongoing. The majority of them are in Michigan. We have a couple in Indiana. We have one in Hillsdale, Michigan, Branch. One in Grant, Indiana, Kalamazoo, Michigan, Indiana, Hillsdale, and Branch, Michigan, Blackford and Grant, Indiana, and Calhoun. The one that we keep an eye on that currently is observed, Indiana, Hillsdale, and Branch, Michigan. Look here, observed. That rotation has definitely gotten a lot less than what it was. That is great news. Our correlation coefficient not seeing anything there currently. So still going to treat it though that there could be something on the ground. So if you are in that area, please definitely keep an eye on that and seek shelter. Great question, Joe. Asking, do any developed storms west of Grand Rapids, Michigan? Let's take a look. So to the west of Grand Rapids, yes, we do have a line that is forming. It's just currently garden variety storms. Just forming. They're gaining strength or not. Yep, they are forming. Hard to say if they're gaining strength. I would say they're not currently, to be honest with you. Or velocity scanner. Nothing going on velocity wise. Yep, there is something forming. We'll keep an eye on that for you, Joe. Great question. Thank you for asking. And up near Muskegon, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. We have a line of storms here that are moving at approximately 45 miles an hour. I was looking at that line just a moment ago. Look here, it is still actually up as it moves. So just as a reminder, the further away we are from the the warm front, less likely we are to have any type of spin in the atmosphere and favorable conditions for tornadoes. Could still definitely have strong winds and hail. So, for example, this line of storms here in Muskegon, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Potentially with that, we have this storm that has been forming near Lawton. Sorry, Lawrence, not Lawton. Lawrence. And take a look at our velocity scanner. Not seeing anything currently, but we will definitely be keeping an eye on that one as it is strength close to that warm front. So I want to keep an eye on that for sure. All right, good news. We are down now to 5 tornado warnings. One of those is still observed, that one in Hillsdale, Michigan. The rest are radar indicating, again, that one in Hillsdale, as I was looking at just a little bit ago. Not have a whole lot of rotation with it. Got a little bit of pickup of rotation here near Camden. That's about 3 minutes ago for that scan. That updates shows anything a little stronger in just a moment. We definitely have Severe thunderstorm warnings, okay, that are popping up all over. Still the case. All right, we got severe thunderstorm warnings down near Indianapolis. Definitely have some rotation, broad rotation with one of those near Trafalgar, near Franklin, Tim, Edinburgh. And we also have tornado warning up here near Hartford City. This one is a radar indicated rotation. Pretty broad there, nothing too strong. The sun is out, Joe, in Grand Rapids. That's awesome. Although that does mean that it could help with some instability. So, as this line of storms is starting to form, that we were looking at just a moment ago for you there, see what happens as they get into that more warmer atmosphere because of the sun. Of course, as the sun comes out, it destabilizes the atmosphere. For those that just joined the stream, welcome, welcome. We're keeping an eye on tornado warnings. We've had a couple very large tornadoes already tonight in Michigan. We had a very large one near Kalamazoo and another one near Coldwater. So, and Three Rivers. We're keeping an eye on these tornadoes and storms as they continue to progress throughout the evening. Would do us a solid favor and like the stream, slap that like button, and press the subscribe. That way you can stay up to date. Go live whenever there is major outbreaks, when we can. Armed. All right, so just taking an eye on some of these, keep an eye on some of these storms here that are forming here in Michigan. How they're doing. At that one near Lawrence, that line that's near Holland. Not seeing rotation a little bit, trying to form here. That might go severe warned here. So while we have just a little bit of a lull in the action here, let's take a look at what's upcoming. All right. We're going to take a look at a future radar model and see what might be happening as we continue to progress through what the radar kind of looks like right now within reason. Okay. But as we progress this forward, we'll take this little by little. I'm not going to run through the whole thing really fast. But right now, right, 6 o'clock, so a little bit ago, this is what the radar kind of looked like about 45 minutes ago or so. It's pretty close to what it was. But as we progress here, what I'm noticing and keeping an eye on are more storms forming out west in Wisconsin. Here by 10 o'clock at night, we have a little bit of a line that has now formed. Wisconsin getting ready to push east. Notice that everything in Michigan on the west side, for the most part, has cleared out by 10 o'clock, most likely. As we continue to progress, have yet a little bit more line that's forming, so we'll keep an eye on that there in Wisconsin. But then as it goes over the lake, that second line, notice it really falls apart. So here's the good news. All right. May have some more storms to contend with, possible tornadoes out in Wisconsin. Michigan, if this trend continues, good news is, once this line is through, should be pretty good. All right, I'm not anticipating at 1 o'clock in the morning. This is just garden variety storms, most likely. Not expecting any. Not expecting anything like tornadoes per se. All right. However, we do have one other thing we can look at really quick. Up another forecast that can help us out. web page, right browser. There we go. Okay, now I'm there. So this is pivotal weather. Pivotal weather allows us to have a better understanding of future forecasts. There's a lot of material that we can look at in here. Get a couple things that I like to look at, especially for short term. All right. Awesome, awesome. Hi, IWS. Welcome. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. We're tracking storms here, folks, and what's going on, tracking the tornado warnings and so forth. Check out the live stream. Love to have you on. Like and subscribe so you see what's coming up and know when we go live. So we're going to take a look here at something called the HRRR forecast, which allows us to see short term what's coming up. So what I just showed you a moment ago is what we're basically going to look at one more time, and then we'll go from there to look at one other thing. So this is the whole we're going to kind of zoom in a little bit to what we want to focus on. I'm going to go from the nation into the west area. That's what we're really focusing on right now. Yes, okay, perfect. And then we'll put this into motion so we can actually see what happens. So without further ado, let's take a look here. So this will look very similar to what I just showed a moment ago on radar Omega. Here again, that line, a second line forming. As it moves over the lake, it pretty much breaks apart. That's good. That's good. That's good. But what I want to really look at, though, I want to see what our for severe weather, want to look at our cape and our shear at those times when the storms are moving through. I'm going to look at our surface base. It tells us basically how much energy is in the atmosphere for storms to form. The more energy there is, the more likely there is for storms, provided the other ingredients are there. Okay, just because I have energy doesn't mean I have storms. Okay, there has to be multiple ingredients to factor in to make a storm. As we push forward here, we're going to notice a lot of our cape is staying down in a Ohio area. A little bit of cape here. 900, close to 900 joules. So the higher the number, the more energy there is. All right, so this right now, we're looking at 3 Zulu time. So if we back that up by 5 hours, that is 10 o'clock Eastern time for us. So taking a look here, correlating that with the radar, future radar that we looked at just a moment ago, there could be some storms. All right. The last thing I'm going to also look at here, I always like to double check, which helps me get a better understanding of what might be happening at that time. I'm going to come down here, up, surface, our lightning flash density. That also will tell me where the storms are going to potentially form. Go out to that 10 o'clock time frame. Not a whole lot going on and this kind of leads me to we're not going to have severe weather come 10 o'clock tonight or so in Michigan, possibly out in Wisconsin maybe. I don't think all the ingredients are going to be here, but as we push that out quite far, we can see it dissipating as it continues. The last thing I'm going to look at here is I have something called a hodograph. Now, not to get too technical with you, but it basically gives information on what actually is happening in the atmosphere at that moment. With all that information, it helps me determine what type of weather there may be. So if we take a look here again, going out to that 10 o'clock time frame, that line moving here, highlight this area, overall view of the area. Biggest thing that I look at is the possible hazard type. So that's kind of hidden for you. There we go. Possible hazard type. None. Now, if you want to know what all the rest of this means, I encourage you to jump online, do a YouTube search, all right, of this photograph, and find all kinds of videos on what. But basically, it helps me determine what's going on in the atmosphere, and I really look at that possible hazard. Right now, there's none. If I move forward or back, at possible hazard is none. So, with all the information that I just looked at, I truly believe once we get 10 o'clock at night or so, even though we could still have a little bit of a line move through into Michigan, good news is I'm not anticipating severe weather. Short term, though, we definitely have this line to contend with. As that moves out, we'll have some more form out in Wisconsin. We'll have to keep an eye on that. All right, let's jump back to radar Omega, as it like we might have just had another tornado warning just issued. Back to our radar view. All right, just to the southeast of Hillsdale, Pittsford, all in Michigan. There is a new tornado warning. That is a continuation of the one that was previously there, as we can see. Not seeing a lot of, just a little bit of rotation, but not a whole lot. Let's take our correlation coefficient. Really there. It's the radar indicated rotation capable of producing a tornado northeast at 40 miles an hour. So that's good news. That's good news. This one up here, Marshall, saw that drop there. Velocity, broad rotation, not a whole lot going on there. That correlation coefficient is probably more for the hail, picking up the hail core. Yeah, sure enough, yep, there's that hail core right there. I think that's what it's picking up. We can see calling for 1-inch hail for that tornado warning. So essentially a little bit larger now than what it was before when it first was issued, for like an inch and a half. All right. So Joe says there's ongoing emergency in Portage, Michigan, with major damage. I can truly believe that. We definitely had a huge tornado move through that area. For those that live in Michigan, check out your probably be talking about it, and you'll coverage of that. We had a very large tornado move through Portage. We were watching that earlier today, not too long ago, really. I can back up and show you all what that looked like. 30 frames will take it back far enough. So let me put this velocity at that initial, and when it was Portage, there was the tornado. Portage, really strong rotation right there. That flow, outflow, really tight right there. Reds and greens and yellow showing up right there. That tells me that was really strong. And then if we take a look at correlation coefficient, back it up to when it was in Portage. That debris ball right there. So definitely had a lot of rotation, a lot of damage, for sure. And while that was going on, we had a tornado emergency that was happening down near Sherwood and Athens, Burlington, and Girard. So we had debris over here. bottom right, so that was even larger. So definitely a lot of damage for sure. Looks like that continues past portage. Look at that. There's that debris ball still just past portage. 1 second, folks. All right, folks. Sorry about that. Okay, so that's not live radar. Let's get out of that so we don't scare anybody. This is our live radar right now for correlation coefficient activity. Joe, you're talking about more rotation near Lawton. Definitely take a look at that. Sorry. Also, still trying to eat my lunch or dinner in the middle of all of this. Let's take a look. You said near Lawton. I'm trying to remember exactly where that was. I don't think there's a current warning on that. Oh, there's Lawton right there. Okay. Take a look at the velocity scheme. Yep, got a little bit of rotation there. Kind of a broad rotation there. Near Lawton for sure. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient. We have a little bit of a tail coming out here. We'll keep an eye on that. A little bit of an indent here near Mattawan. But where that velocity was, though, just to the southeast of Lawton. Keep an eye on that for sure. Thanks for pointing that out. So just to give everybody a update here for Portage. Serious situation. Um, hearing of reports of possible gas leaks, lots of them. Big apartment complex may have been hit by the tornado. So prayers go out to Portage for sure. And I'm sure they're not the only one. Again, we had that tornado emergency earlier that was down near Athens and Burlington, so forth. Are they help too? Very serious situation for sure. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 second. Not exactly sure what happened to my Radar Omega there. Trying to get it back here. Give me one moment. Okay, got it. There we go. Okay. All right, so taking a look here, got going on here. Definitely calm down, it appears, for right now. Wow, that's some big hail down there near Kendallville, Indiana. Near Kendallville, Indiana, 3-inch diameter hail. That is huge. With 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, needless to say, that is definitely a destructive storm. 3-inch hail. All right. Golf ball sized hail. Spotters have already reported it. So that means it's really there. It's actually happening. We'll keep an eye on that. See a little bit of rotation maybe trying to form for Fairfield Center to the at. Eye on that. That might be something to take a look at here as time moves on. Look at some of our tornado warnings that are still ongoing. Good news is I'm not seeing strong rotation or anything currently. Something going on here near Pittsburgh. The radar indicated tornado currently. Let's dive into this really quick. It expires in 25 minutes, so definitely could have something with that reflectivity, velocity together. Seeing some rotation, broad rotation, really. Eye on that for sure as well. Well, the good news is, folks, we're down to 2 tornado warnings now. Earlier, we definitely had quite a few. We're up near 10 at one point, I think it was. So we're definitely dropping, which is good news. I got a new severe thunderstorm warning near Kalamazoo and Portage with a possible tornado attached to that. I do have some broad rotation near Matawan. Thanks, Joe, for mentioning that. That in the chat there. You're awesome. Thank you. Hopefully that's not the case. I know Portage just got rocked by a huge tornado not too long ago, obviously, as we were on the stream. We were live streaming that. Yeah, taking a look here, let's see what's going on with this rotation here. Get our reflectivity start with. So we've got a little bit of a tail here that's trying to form. It's going in the wrong direction at the moment. I haven't seen that before with a tornado, but less likely. And very broad rotation there. If we put a 30 frame. There we go. So our rotation here was a little tighter here for just a split second. I was near Lawton. Right there. At 655. A little weaker, a little stronger. Now it's kind of falling apart. That was probably the strongest part right there at 701. But now that's pretty much falling apart, which is good. So I don't think we'll see anything out of that one, but for sure keep an eye on it. All right, we just got another tornado warning, folks. Another tornado warning for Allen, Indiana for radar indicated rotation. Sure enough, yep, there it is. There's our broad rotation there. Just to the east of the FWA airport, Fort Wayne International Airport, that is. That's off to the east there. Hessen Castle, Maples, Tillman, or President's Corners. This rotation is moving that direction. We'll keep an eye on this here. Correlation coefficient. Not seeing at the moment. This tornado warning is for southern Allen County and northeastern Indiana until 8 o'clock. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Tornado and quarter size hail. Again, radar indicated rotation. So treat this again as an actual tornado if you are in the vicinity of this tornado warning, or even if you're in it, of course. Treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground. Better to be safe than anything else. So again, moving east northeast, once again, Hessen Castle, moving towards Maples, Tillman, Townley, Four President's Corners, Zulu, Egerton. As we've seen tonight, folks, this rotation can start off broad, very quickly spin up into something very large. We've already seen one tornado emergency and particularly dangerous situation. Yes, tornado up in Michigan. Both of those were in Michigan. And we can see we have some thunderstorm warnings that are out there in Indiana, up into Michigan. That stuff that was forming that I talked about just a little bit ago in Wisconsin, but not be doing a whole lot right now, which is good. May actually be kind of out. Growing, fizzling, growing, fizzling. See what happens with these. Or moving in right now for where I am, just so everyone's aware. All of a sudden, I want to shelter myself. That line we were looking at earlier that came through, and not seeing any rotation. That one, it did have a severe thunderstorm warning on it at one time, but no longer there. We have a possible tornado rotation, a severe thunderstorm warning. Near Jackson and Leone, Tompkins. Definitely some broad rotation. Nothing tight right now. Northeast at 40 miles an hour, 70 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. That one. Still can't believe this one though. 3. That's just crazy. Your Hudson Summit and Benville. I think that Um, yeah, 3-inch hail. That is large hail. 3-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is crazy, 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 folks. All right. So again, got a little bit of a lull here. Now we're just down to one tornado warning. Yep, one tornado warning in Allen. Again, that's radar indicating rotation. That here, broad rotation. Your Hessen Castle. And if you're in this area, though, seek shelter. Maples, New Haven, Tillman, Four Presidents Corners. Again, you're or in Indiana, I should say. Everything else is just severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's real good news. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I think that just popped up over here in Iowa. That one's for 1-inch hail. That was it. Right on the cold front there. All right. Well, folks, we got a little bit of a lull here. This is good. Not seeing a whole lot going on right now, other than some severe storms for hail and wind. Back to that one that was in Kalamazoo, had that possible tornado tag with it. If there's any new rotation possibly creeping up with that. Portage had gotten rocked by a tornado. That's going right through there right now. New update. Very broad rotation. Very broad. That's good. That's real good news. Glad to see that. Rain, storms, that area. And from what I'm hearing and seeing, there was definitely a very large tornado there in Portage. Very large tornado. Definitely not good. Looking at these storms that are popping up over here in Wisconsin, we're getting to that time of day where it's starting to, sun is starting to get to the setting stage, so that's going to help a lot of our activity. Currently, it's 6:18 Wisconsin. Sunset's not till around 9 or so, if I remember correctly. Still got a ways to go where things could get going again, especially if these storms cross over this warm front. That's really where we're paying attention to rotation. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the wind direction, where that warm front is, right? So it might be just a little further north actually than where it's currently showing. It might be actually up more towards Franklin. But so you see, you have your winds coming out of the. And you also have winds coming out of the south. When they're coming out of the south, coming out of the east, heat that create, right? Rotation. So that's what we're really watching for as these storms cross over that warm front there. Oh man, Joe says FedEx warehouse was shortage. Lots of damage. Ow. That is no good. No good at all. I'm going to retweet something on my Twitter about the tornado Portage. A lot of stuff on Facebook coming through. Want to check out my book? I'm sorry, not Facebook, Twitter or X. Okay. Here, I'll put for you. All right, here it is. Correctly. I'm going to try it myself. Nope. Oh, nope, that took you to the wrong one. Hold on. That's not the right one. Try that again. Here's the copy the wrong. There's the one for X or better. Check that out. Posted. Tornado warning in Kalamazoo. I heard that just go off. Look at that. Yep, we do. Again, another tornado warning. Second one tonight for them. That is crazy. So, remember earlier I was telling you about the whole rotation possibly tightening up at any moment. Folks, this is an observed tornado too. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued tornado warning for east central Kalamazoo. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Portage. Again, near Portage. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at this, folks. This is, hold on, I'm going to post this on my Twitter here real quick. Important that we get this news out there for everybody. All right, let's take a look at the velocity scan here. Now, see, we don't see a lot on the velocity scan, right? Because we're so far from the radar. This rotation the tight rotation must be lower to the ground. But if we take a look at our correlation coefficient, definitely see some debris out there. I don't see a debris ball yet, but that doesn't mean anything. And this scan is minutes old, so there could be something going on right here. We'll keep an eye on this here. But according to the National Weather Service, there is a observed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Imaging tornado. Weather spotters have confirmed the tornado. All right. Near Galesburg and Climax around 7:30. Battle Creek around 7:35. Comstock, Augusta. It's all in the path of this once again. Once again. Maybe things are starting to ramp back up again. Keep an eye on this. I want to take a look here. That was from Grand Rapids. Let's look at this from the Warsaw radar. See if I can get a better of the velocity. I can see it right there. There it is. Here's the velocity. And let's see that correlation. Yep. We can definitely see something going on right there. So again, we have another tornado, folks, on the ground, observed. Another tornado warning on the ground. Once again, folks, if you are in Climax, Portage, Galesburg, Augusta, Springfield, Battle Creek, shelter now. We have a large and destructive tornado on the ground. You'll notice that Battle Creek just went underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for a possible tornado. Surprised they didn't go straight to a tornado warning with that, with this note being on this tornado warning of it PDS. In one night. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, look at that. So as there was that rotation, I was talking about it being broad, right over Portage. I'm hoping that formed after Portage. I really am. Man, those people are out there trying to clean up while they can in the light. And another tornado comes rolling through here. There's some more rotation right here, just to the south of Portage. Got another little rotation trying to start up right there. What happens? I don't see much on the reflectivity there, so an eye on that for sure. In one night. That is not often that happens, folks. Especially for the Michigan area. Please understand, Michigan does not get tornadoes like this. All right, this is unusual. All right, Michigan usually will have one, maybe two tornadoes one day when it happens, but never several, and two in one place. All right, so needless to say, very ripe atmosphere. Have a very ripe atmosphere right now for tornadoes. Yeah, we still got more forming out west, but we'll see what happens here in Wisconsin. Nothing's warned right now. One small thunderstorm warning expiring in 2 minutes anyway. Doesn't look like that'll be extended, or else it probably already would have been. I'm thinking that might have been a quick spin up for this one here near Galesburg. I'm not seeing as much rotation as there was just a little bit ago. Let's hope that was just a quick spin up. Still going to treat this as if it was actually still going though. So if you are in this area, please seek shelter now. Again, Galesburg, Climax, Augusta, Springfield, Battle Creek. I know you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, but this tornado is moving towards you. Uh, Again, according to the National Weather Service, it's an observed, confirmed, large, and extremely dangerous tornado. All right. So it's moving east at 35 miles an hour. So if it's moving east at 35 miles an hour, this will be in the vicinity of Climax in about 8 minutes. West Leroy in about 13 minutes. Sonoma in 8. Battle Creek in 8. Old Mill Gardens in 20. Sunrise Heights in 23. Eagle Lake in 24. Waddles Park in 20. Teresco in 32. Marshall, 41 minutes. Okay, bear with me one moment, folks. I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'm going to grab some refreshing drink here. I'll leave this on right here for you. Keep an eye on this. I'll be back. Give me All right, everybody, I am back. Joe, I see your post there in the chat there. 300 people trapped in the FedEx building, possibly a mass casualty event taking place. Yeah, that is definitely no good for sure. Yeah, definitely not good at all. So, all right, folks, let's do a quick recap here of where we're at. We currently have two tornado warnings right now. The one that we're really watching right now started in Portage. It looks like that's been shaved a little bit as it's getting ready to go towards Climax, just to the north of Climax, into Battle Creek. Taking a look here at our reflectivity, we can see that that storm is moving off to the north and northeast. And our correlation coefficient, not seeing a whole lot here. I know it was observed according to the NWS, so we're going to treat it like that. All right. So again, tornado warning still remains in effect until 8:15 for East Central Kalamazoo. All right. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Galesburg. Longer, particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Damaging tornado, and we can see here that we have a new tornado warning that just appeared. Like I was saying, most likely would happen. We have Battle Creek now underneath a tornado warning again. All right, Marshall underneath a tornado warning again. All right, all these places had a large tornado go through earlier today, literally within the last couple hours. So these people now are outside cleaning up, picking up the pieces, and now they're having to seek shelter again. So here's the thing, folks. This is a particularly dangerous situation still. It is still on the ground, according to the National Weather Service. We're going to treat it as it is, of course. They know what's going on a lot more than we do. I'll be honest with you on that one. But here's the thing. If you're in the path of this, shelter now. Again, Battle Creek, Marshall, Eckford, Marengo, Homer, Clarendon. Again, if we take a look here, let's see radar with this one from Grand Rapids. Grab the one to see if I can see different. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, it's near Climax. Just to the north of Climax is that rotation. That's looking very high up in the storm, just so you're aware, because of how far away I am on the radar aspect. Yeah. All right, we just had another tornado warning here. That where that's at. Got one in Ohio and Indiana. Ohio and Indiana. Oh yeah, we definitely have some rotation right there for sure. This is near Monroeville. Townley, Hillman, or President's Corner. Talked about this earlier with a possible tornado moving towards them, and sure enough, it is still there, moving in and through right now. Let's take a look here at our correlation coefficient. Not seeing anything right now. So let's go back and take a look at that one near Battle Creek. We have a large destructive tornado moving right towards Battle Creek, folks, right now, as it stands. Right there. And that is going right towards the Battle Creek Airport. Yeah, not good, folks. That one's definitely not good at all. Folks were hit by a tornado earlier. Here it comes once again. trying to pick up a good correlation coefficient so we can know it's there. We're just on the edge of two radars. That's partly a little bit from there. Pretty far from that radar, but a bit better view. That's right there. Augusta, Battle Creek, towards northeast. Let's take here. That is moving 45 miles an hour northeast. So if we take a look here and we go northeast. So we're looking at Level Park, Oak Park, 5 minutes. Springfield in about 5 minutes. Bedford in 8. Corona Park in 10. Maplehurst in 10. Greenfield Park in 11. Brownlee Park in 11. Penfield in 14. Walnut Point in 20. Bellevue again, 21 minutes. Olivet 26. Let's go down here a little bit more. Portillo 29. Brookfield in 34. And Charlesworth in 40. Again, if you know anybody in the path of this tornado, please let them know. Let them know about this stream. All right. Want to definitely get the word out. All right, folks. Definitely got a lot going on here. Things are starting to pick back up. Take a look here. We have currently 4 tornado warnings. So we were down to 1. All right, now we're back up. 4. I think things are starting to pick back up here. Thank you, Joe. Joe mentioned here clearing the FedEx place, so maybe it wasn't as bad as once thought. Thank goodness. Well, that's good. That's good. That's what we like to hear. So again, we do have a large destructive tornado moving towards Battle Creek right now, possibly in Battle Creek at the moment. If we take a look here at our velocity scan, we can see we have some rotation here going into Battle Creek, into the airport. So hopefully the folks there at the W.K. Kellogg Regional Airport in Battle Creek are seeking shelter. Those of you in Springfield Place, you're in your safe spot. It's here right now. Going through Battle Creek again, heading towards Marshall, Marengo, Bellevue, Olivet, Brookfield. I know they're not in the tornado warning right now. However, it's coming. Definitely coming. So we have a tornado warning still ongoing down near Pine, Indiana. I'm sorry, Ohio. And with this, we do have some rotation here. Some on the correlation coefficient. So again, if you are near this, let's see here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Young subdivision, Cooney Meadows subdivision, Riverview Park subdivision, Wirtsville, Bryston. This is moving towards you. Shelter now if you have not done so already. And that is currently just a radar indicated tornado. However, I could see that being upgraded here in just a moment, as I am seeing that rotation and possible debris. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. We got 12 different ones currently going on, several of them with a possible tornado attached to them. And a lot going on here. More rotation starting to pick back up. Going back to the one that we were looking at here in Battle Creek, let's take a look here at the correlation coefficient. I am seeing some right there near Springfield. Yep. So there is definitely debris right there. There is debris right there. And near Battle Creek. We're in Battle Creek. Please shelter now. This tornado is on the ground. Large and very destructive. Moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Had another tornado warning come through. Update right here. Mercer. Near Mercer, Ohio. Coldwater, Ohio. Got some rotation here. Not seeing on the correlation coefficient currently. Bedded rotation. If you're in this area, seek shelter now. Go to your safe spot. All right, this is very important to do. Anytime you're underneath a tornado warning, whether it's been confirmed or not. If you're underneath a tornado warning, that means that a tornado could be coming at that moment. Don't wait to something confirmed. Please don't wait to see yourself. Better off to be at your safe spot and have nothing happen than not be. Okay? So please your safe spot if you're underneath a tornado warning. And we still have this ongoing large destructive tornado near Battle Creek. Moving northeast. At the correlation coefficient, we can see that debris pretty far from the radar, so we're looking very high up into the atmosphere. A little hard to see exactly what might be going on right there. We can definitely see something is happening. So, and that is moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Please seek shelter at this time if you are in that area. Hi, Gavin. Welcome to the stream once again. How is Grand Rapids area looking? Grand Rapids area is actually, look here for you. There is not a whole lot happening. Some garden variety showers or storms, but nothing at the moment. However, we have been watching storms initiate just out of the blue. Currently, we are underneath a tornado warning near Battle Creek for a large destructive tornado once again. But as I zoom out here, we can see that there is a line trying to form from Big Rapids, the west of Grand Rapids. So You're in Grand Rapids, I would expect to see some sort of showers, possible storms here later on, if not already underneath one of the cells that have already formed. So definitely going to see weather there tonight. Hopefully you didn't go play pickleball, or if you did, maybe you got it in before the storm moved in, as there is that line moving through currently. Once again, we have 3 current tornado warnings. We have one for Paulding, Ohio, Mercer, Ohio, and Calhoun, Michigan. Calhoun, Michigan is the one that we've been paying attention to, as that is currently listed as a large and destructive tornado. Oh man, Gavin, I hope not. Otherwise, you are getting soaked, my friend. All right, so again, we still have that large destructive tornado happening in Battle Creek right now. As of 7:44, so about 6 minutes ago or so, 7 minutes ago now, tornado warning remains in effect until 8:30 Eastern Time for Calhoun County. Confirmed tornado was located over Battle Creek, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Weather spotters earlier confirmed the tornado was just off of Battle Creek near Galesburg, or west of Battle Creek near Galesburg. So we do have an ongoing tornado here in Battle Creek. So once again, if we're in Battle Creek, Bellevue, Brookfield, Olivet, Charlotte, Kalamu, Kalamu, how do you pronounce that? Get ready. This is moving towards you. All right, potentially. Put a track on this, moving northeast and at 45 miles an hour. The path, we have Greenfield, it's there. Penfield, 6 minutes. Walnut Point, 11. Olivet, 19 minutes. Lee Center, 19 minutes. Portillo, in 22 minutes. Duck Lake, 26 minutes. Clarence Center, 26 minutes. Moving down here, Brookfield, 26. Charlesworth, 33. Eaton Rapids, 37. I know how to say this. Anodegua, 41. Kingsland, 41. Diamonddale, 45. And Picard in 49. Fulton, 51. And Eden in 50. So again, we have a lot going on here in the tornadoes. Again, currently there are 3 warnings. Good news. Good news. We have no observed tornadoes currently listed. All right. So the one that's near Battle Creek is now considered a radar indicated tornado. That's great news. And I was thinking that might happen, to be honest with you, just because I was watching the velocity just bigger and more broad. And same with the correlation coefficient. There was really not a whole lot there, if anything. So with that, good news is that seems to be better. However, there still could be a tornado that could drop at any moment. So if you are to the east of Battle Creek, in Bellevue, Olivet, Brookfield, Rapids, I would encourage you to seek shelter now, because there is potentially one coming. Awesome, awesome. Thank you, folks, for joining in with us tonight. If you have not gotten a chance to like and subscribe, stream, please do so. That greatly. So here in Ohio, here Paulding, Ohio, still have quite a bit of rotation going on with this storm here. It does say radar indicated rotation, but I am seeing a tightening here happened. Oh yeah, it's definitely getting tighter and stronger. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. Not seeing anything, which is good news. A little update here though. Okay, if you're south of Paulding, Lawton, like that rotation might be near you and possibly. Yep, there's that tornado warning. I was watching that. I saw that little blip right there, that orange. That tells me we might have something going on here. Now it does say radar indicate. All right, so this is a tornado warning for northern Indiana, southeastern Paulding County, and west central Ohio until 8:30 Eastern time. So it's moving at 40 miles an hour, and this is radar indicated. However, this little bit on the correlation coefficient, let's that velocity is a little bit behind. That's at 5. It's a minute ago. Okay, so it's bad. Correlation coefficient last updated 5 as well. Still thinking that there might be something going on right there. So let's take a look here again. Broughton, Melrose, Oakwood, Continental. I know you're outside that warning, but it's coming. Again, shelter now. We have an observed now tornado in Rush, Indiana. Rush, Indiana. Near New Salem. Sure enough, yep, we definitely have that rotation going on here. And taking a look here, southeastern Rush County in central Indiana until 8:15 Eastern time. Confirmed tornado was located 7 miles southwest of Glenwood or 14 miles southwest of Connorsville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Damaging tornado weather spotters have confirmed the tornado. So, taking a look here, tornado warning has been issued just to the east of that for a radar indicated tornado, but is for this one here. I know that it's not listed as observed currently. It probably will go observed here momentarily. To be honest with you, it is on its way. So take a look at that correlation coefficient. Let's see if we can see it happening. Definitely seeing some potential happening near that rotation. So again, this is a confirmed tornado. Good news, I don't think it's a too populated area, so that's partly why we might not be seeing a lot on the correlation coefficient. But we're in the path of this. Columbia, Cornersville, Brownsville, Blooming Grove, Laurel, Liberty, shelter immediately, as you do have a tornado on the ground observed by weather spotters moving towards you. Thunderstorm warning right there just to the west. Another storm. I was watching this one here. It would not surprise me if this one goes tornado warning as well. Looking at that velocity, we have a pretty broad rotation right here. We'll see what happens if that ends up tightening up or not. So, again, just as a reminder, green's towards the radar, red is away from the radar. And so, again, we have some broad rotation here right now. This is kind of going like this. Our winds are kind of going like this. So, very broad, but tighten up at any second. We watched that happen all day today now. Again, for the last 3.5 hours since we've been on. Look at that. Look at that. As I was literally talking about this rotation tightening up, there it is. Look at this. It just tightened up right there. Would not surprise me if this goes tornado warning any moment. Again, here you go. Here's your rotation. That's tightening up. Take a look if we see on the correlation coefficient. Sure enough, I'm seeing something. This got to go tornado warning. All right, folks, if you are in Blue Ridge, Gowdy, or in Middletown. There we go. Middletown. Where is this? Indiana. Shelter immediately. Moscow. Saint Omar. Downeyville. Shelter immediately. Folks, this is an ongoing situation. I believe there is a tornado possibly on the ground at this time based on radar indication. It is currently not warned. However, I do believe it will be momentarily. And there it is again, just tightening up. Another update right there. Look at this, folks. Again, very strong rotation right here. Surprised that's not warned. Very surprised. Look at, there it is. As I was talking about it, folks, there's our tornado warning right there for Middletown, Indiana. Folks, things are spinning up once again. If you know anybody in the path of these tornadoes, in the path of these storms in general, let them know. Share this stream. Again, Richland, Clarksburg, all underneath the tornado warning. St. Omar, Downiesville, Sandusky. I believe that's going to be Sandusky, Indiana. Yes, Sandusky, Indiana. Williamstown. All of this in the tornado warning as of right now. A radar indicated tornado warning for southeastern Shelby County in central Indiana, southern Rush County in central Indiana, northern Decatur County in central Indiana. This moving east at 40 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation. Definitely seeing something here potentially. I would not be surprised if that went observed. Good news, our rotation here for that other observed tornado warning does appear to have let up a little bit. Good news. Not appear to be as strong as it was near Orange and Columbia. But again, Middletown, St. Omar, Moscow, Gowdy, Williamstown, Richland, Dusky, Clarksburg, all in Indiana. Shelter immediately. Tornado potentially on the ground. Currently listed as radar indicated, however, all signs are pointing to a potential tornado on the ground. Anytime we have a tornado warning, as a reminder, we should be treating it as an observed tornado anyway. Shelter, because at any moment, tornado could be dropped. Radar updates every 2 to 3 minutes. Something drops for a minute and lifts. Guess what? Never see it on radar. So currently, just to recap, we have 5 tornado warnings, 5 active tornado warnings. 3 of them, are observed. Take a look at them. So the first one is in Mercer, Ohio. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient currently. Like that rotation has pretty much let up there, but it's still considered observed. So again, spot your safe spot. If you are near Salina, Coldwater, St. Mary's, Chickasaw, Bremen, and all in Ohio. Our next one is Rush, Indiana. At that one just not too long ago. That rotation is actually to the east of you now. That tornado warning will probably be canceled here momentarily. But we have one here for Orange and Columbia. That one observed tornado warning. We also have one observed for Fayette, Indiana, and Franklin, Indiana counties. Yep, that's the one I was just talking about. And that is observed tornado warning. At 7:59, the radar indicated a tornado-producing storm was located near Glenwood, damaging tornado and quarter-size hail moving at 35 miles an hour. Take a look at our correlation coefficient. Not see currently broad drop there. And then taking a look here, just have a new tornado warning up here for Dark, Ohio, or Derrick, Ohio. There's your rotation right there coming in from South Salem. That is not currently warned South Salem, but I believe they're getting ready for it to possibly tighten up there in Ohio. What you'll notice here, real quick, if I zoom out just a little bit, that's on the border of Indiana and Ohio. So most likely there could be two different National Weather Services. Could be Indianapolis is responsible for just up to the border, and then Wilmington up to the border as well. So yeah, have your jurisdictions basically. So keep an eye on this. Again, that is moving east out of South Salem, going through there right now. Looking at the correlation coefficient. Again, this is just radar indicated. I'm seeing some correlation coefficient though. CC drop a little bit. So you're in the path of this. Again, we're going to treat it like it's on the ground anyway. Whether it is or isn't, according to the write-up, we're under a tornado warning. We're going to seek shelter anyway. So please do so at this time. If you are in Union City, Hillgrove, Woodington, Coletown, Greenville, Pikeville, Ansonia, all in Ohio. I said Greenville, and I know there's a lot of Greenvilles out there. So if you heard Greenville and you're like, oh, is that me? Nope, only if you're in Ohio. All right, taking a look here again. We're up to 6 tornado warnings again, folks. It wasn't really that long ago, and we were all the way down to 1. We're going to continue to keep watching these storms here. I'm going to step away for just a minute, take care of something, and then I will be right on back. All right, folks, I am back. So let's take a look and do a quick recap of where we are at with our storms. Currently, still as what was before, we have 6 tornado warnings. 4 of those are observed. 2 of those are radar indicated. Through those and take a look at them real quick. See how they're doing. All right, so here's our first one. Our first one here is for Mercer, Ohio. A little bit of rotation there, not as much as there was earlier. Again, that was originally warranted as observed. Very well could have dissipated by now. Still treat it as if there is a tornado, though. So if you're in Chickasaw, Coldwater, shelter. St. Mary's is coming towards you. I would encourage you to take shelter just in case. Next, we have Rush, Indiana. Rush, Indiana has definitely had a tornado for a while. Tornado warning, that is. Okay. So currently in Rush, Indiana, there is not rotation. Or southwest. Areas of rotation on either side of you might be why they're keeping underneath warning for right now. This warning is expected to expire in 2 minutes. Might go ahead and just let that expire. Our next one here is Fayette, Indiana, Union, Indiana, and Franklin, Indiana. Just to the of Rush. That one, again, is an observed. The rotation here for sure. Take a look here at our correlation coefficient. Thinking that tornado may have dissipated. I don't see a debris ball where I see a lot of leftover stuff, but we're still treat it as if there is something there. So again, if you're in Cornersville, Everton, Alquina, Springersville, Brownsville, Dunlopsville, Liberty, I would encourage you to get into your safe spot. Liberty, I know you're not in that warning, but it's coming towards you. Better to be safe. Sorry. That is off to. And then taking a look here at our next one, going over just a little bit to the left, back to the west, Gator and Rush still have that overlapping tornado warning with our rotation here. This one we were looking at earlier where we for sure were thinking there was definitely something on the ground. Very well could still be. I'm seeing drop there. So Richland, Richland, Clarksburg, Andersonville. I would definitely get in your safe spot right now. Not there already. Lakeview also coming towards you. That right there is the rotation right there on the SR3. And our inflow or outflow. That on our velocity. There it is. Not as strong as it was before, but I think we still do have something going on according to the CC drop. Next, got an update here. Gotta figure out where we left off here. Egglaze, Ohio, Mercer, Ohio. I think that might be a one. Yep, this minutes ago. Tornado warning for northwestern Egglaze County in west central Ohio, east central Mercer County in west central Ohio until 8:45. This is a weather spotters confirmed tornado at 7:55. All right. So if we take a look here, correlation coefficient for the velocity is down over here. That out. Far away from the radar here. We're pretty far from the radar on this one. Radar. Broad rotation. Okay, yep. I here for a split moment. Okay, yep. There definitely was something there. There very well could still be how far we are from the radar. We're looking really high up in the atmosphere. So yeah, definitely take shelter if you're in this area. In Salina, St. Mary's, Bolton, Buckland, Wapakoneta. I said that right. Again, I would encourage you to get to your safe spot now if you're not there already. Treat this as if still on the ground and shelter now. We also have an observed tornado here for Putman, Defiance, Paulding, and Henry, all in Ohio. So it is also an observed tornado warning. Just recent, 2 minutes ago at 8:15, tornado warning for southeastern Defiance County in northwestern Ohio, northwestern Putnam County in west central Ohio, southeastern Paulding County in west central Ohio, southeastern Henry County in northwestern Ohio until 8:45. Confirmed tornado was located near Continental or 12 miles south of Defiance. Imaging tornado is moving east at 55 miles an hour. Emergency management confirmed. Oh, there it is, near Oakwood. That rotation there. Let up a little bit from where it was. We can see that stronger rotation back when it was Broughton. Let up just a little bit, but it could still be on the ground. So if you're in that area, definitely seek. And anytime we have a tornado warning, we're going to treat that on the ground already. Shelter. That's all of the observed ones, which have now actually dropped down to only 2. Still have 6 overall warnings. We have 12 thunderstorm warnings. Out of that, we have one. One of them has a tag for possible tornado. That one, that's in Shelby, Indiana, Johnson, Indiana counties. Not seeing really right there now. Right now, that is. Could have been something there a bit ago. Definitely some broad rotation in it. Here, up here. Something to keep an eye on for sure. Got this one in Richland and over here to the east of Columbia, both in Indiana. Possibly have something going on to the east of Richland there for sure. Okay, so so far tonight, we have had a couple large destructive tornadoes. Both of those were up in Michigan, believe it or not, just to the north of our warm front. And look here at Michigan, just anything else happening up in here. We have a line that's trying to form from Cadillac through Rapids, Grand Rapids. Keep an eye on that. Time goes on. We have more forming out in Wisconsin, Madison, Stoughton, all moving to northeast. That moving there east northeast. have a stationary boundary here that is not moving. Interesting to see happens when these cross over that boundary. Have winds going in different directions around that boundary. So if we take a look here at our direction, we can see we have winds coming out of the southwest, and we have winds coming out of the east, north. It'll be interesting to see if these start to spin or not. Might not. There might not be enough juice in that area to help them going. But something to keep in mind, for sure. Velocity here, see if we can. Not seeing it really right now, rotation wise. It'll be interesting to see when they get over that boundary what happens. Well, once again, I do want to thank everyone for tuning in to the live stream. If you haven't had a chance, click that like button, give it a thumbs up, and subscribe to the channel. And when we go live, appreciate it if you do that. Definitely helps out our channel and get the word out to those who need it most. Letting everyone know what's going on, stay ahead of the situation. Since know what's happening with the weather before it. Important thing, right? We want people to stay safe. So definitely go ahead and like and subscribe. We greatly appreciate that. Go back here and take a look at the rotation that we have near Columbia and Richland. Looks like we might get a bit of an uptick in rotation here. Still not seeing too much on the correlation coefficient near Richland since broad, but got for hail here. I mean, there's hail, but definitely not that big. 1 inch, that's big, but I've seen 3 inches earlier today. So 1 to 3, that's 2 different, larger. Our velocity once again. So maybe tightening up just a little bit. Let's put that into motion and see what happens. Yeah, especially there, one near Cornerstone. I'm sorry, Cornersville. That one seems to be tightening up just a little bit. Richland is kind of staying the same, not doing too much. Then up here in near Greenville, Ohio. There's a lot of Greenvilles out there. Definitely got some rotation here for sure. And boy, that looks like correlation. Might have something going on here actually. This is a radar indicated tornado, but right there near Greenville, I'm seeing a little bit of a CC drop right in line with our velocity. Our velocity's gotten pretty tight there. Keep an eye on this one for a moment. You need to keep an eye on that Greenville tornado. Walk up here really quick to this other ones up here real quick, see what's going on with these. Have any other strong rotation happening? Definitely got something going on up here near Continental. Definitely has a strong storm going through there. Velocity definitely has outflow happening there, I think, more than anything. Yeah, definitely. far from the radar. So, it's an observed tornado warning, though. Take a look here at the correlation coefficient again. Okay, yep, very possible. Yep. Back to that velocity. Oh, yeah, yep. So this only has 19 more minutes left on it. 8:24 minutes ago, confirmed tornado was located over Continental. Damaging tornado emergency management confirmed. Taking a look here, it's moving northeast. Yeah, moving east at 40 miles an hour. There it is. Definitely have a tornado warning right here for Continental, but Miller City. Again, a confirmed tornado. Shelter now. Moving towards Elm Center, west, Lipsick, Flint. That definitely getting stronger there, for sure. Back down to this one in Greenville, in Ohio. Definitely have rotation here. That correlation coefficient. Still seeing something near Greenville there for sure. All right. Thank you, Joe. Kalamazoo County is asking all off-duty and rescue to report to Kalamazoo a possible mass casualty taking place. Yes, I definitely agree, Joe. That is no good at all. We know we had that large destructive tornado move through there earlier, about 2 hours ago, and you had mentioned something about it hitting a FedEx building, warehouse. Those FedEx warehouses are large. They're very open. Hence a warehouse. So whenever something happens, any of those types of warehouses, typically if one wall blows out, damage, whether it be strong winds, tornado winds, whatever the case is, typically have a lot of destruction because the frame of that building is really 4 walls. That's about it. Have all the pillars on the inside that help hold the roof up, but the actual outer edges and the structure of it, really just those 4 outer edges. You're looking at a square rectangular building, which I'm assuming this one was. But if it wasn't, it had some dimension to it. Still, there probably wasn't a lot of wallage on the inside. It was more pillars than anything. And even if there were walls, they were probably not ceiling to floor, right? So you don't have a lot of internal structure holding up that roof. So if you have a wall on the edge blow out, all that weight now going to that one side. So imagine you have a square, you blow out one side, everything's going to fall towards that side, a domino effect in a yeah, that's pretty sad. It really is. Especially if it's a mass casualty. Sure, we'll hear more about it. Time goes on. Check with your local weather, or I'm sorry, local news station. They'll definitely have more for you for sure. at Twitter or X here and looking at just all the destruction in Kalamazoo. Portage. A couple of these items here. Wow. I got a really good video of the tornado. Retweet that. Anyone wants to check out what I'm reposting, I'll be sure to put my for Twitter. Excuse me. Chat here for you. A lot of cleanup. A lot of cleanup going to be needed down there. A lot of help. All right, folks, we have New Bremen, just north of New Bremen, west of New Knoxville. We have now a tornado. It is currently listed as radar indicated. Folks, I'm believing on the ground. Look at that CC drop right there. Let's take a look at this. Going back to the correlation coefficient. Yep, we definitely got something here. So New Knoxville, they're in Ohio, just to the west. Have a CC drop here. So again, if you are Wapakoneta, how you pronounce that? Wapakoneta. If you are near St. John's, New Hampshire, Uniopolis, Bolton, all these areas in Ohio, there is currently a tornado on the ground. Got a new tornado warning for Ohio here. Two of them, actually. Southwestern Wood County in northwestern Ohio. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Continental, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated rotation currently. So you're in this area. Shelter at this time. Belmore, Lepisic, Macomb, Van Buren. All of these areas that are in Ohio. North Baltimore, Dale. Again, shelter as you have a tornado potentially on the way. Definitely seeing something here near New Rivera. That is definitely catching my attention on that correlation coefficient. So definitely seek shelter. Treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground. I just had a new tornado warning that popped up. Right here. Yep, this is it. Tornado warning for southern Shelby County in west central Ohio. Central Drake County in west central Ohio. Northern Miami County in west central Ohio. Your thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Greenville, moving east at 45 miles an hour. This is also a radar indicated rotation. Our velocity here, right there it is. Just to the south of Beamsville, west of Bradford. Not seeing anything on that correlation coefficient currently. Little there, maybe near Gettysburg. Knoxville, there's our correlation coefficient drop right there, that CC drop telling you about just a moment ago. Look at that. That is potentially a debris ball. This is not a confirmed tornado yet. We're going to treat it as it is because we're seeing this on radar. I'd rather have us be in our safe spot than not safe. So here we go, right here. Here, Knoxville, Ohio. Looking at our correlation coefficient, and we have that CC drop. There's another update right there, getting even stronger. We're in this area. Shelter now. Wapakoneta. That's the bigger town that it's heading towards. The historic district. Oh my goodness. Let's hope this stays away. Let's hope it dissipates before it gets there, folks. Oh man, we would not want to lose a historic district, that's for sure. Yeah. Trying to figure out what's in this area here. Obviously, a lot of homes and stuff, neighborhoods. Walmart Supercenter here. Hopefully, yeah, they're definitely hopefully taking shelter. Of course, we got Walmarts all over. I'm sure that's not the only one that's had to seek shelter tonight. Yeah, let me see here. Might just go to the south of Wapakoneta. So let's track that out and take a look. Yep, 45. The Wapakoneta in 7 minutes. That's the only thing that's calling out right now. Yeah. The Wapakoneta, there is a tornado on its way right now. Shelter at this time. Shelter at this time. We have a tornado on the ground. Still only radar indicated, but this is like currently kind of out in the middle of nowhere per se. So not be reported on yet. However, we're seeing this CC drop here. So again, if you are in Wapakoneta, take shelter now. Freiburg, take shelter now. St. John's, Geyer, Gutman, take shelter now. There is a tornado on the way. Yeah, it's not radar, or it's only radar indicated, not even showing confirmed yet. But I'm sure it will be here momentarily. Not seeing anything else right now that's out for me. Go back here to the Knoxville one here. There it is, right there, folks. When that tornado warning updated, now has updated to an observed tornado. All right, tornado north of New Knoxville, west of Wapakoneta, west of St. John's, Gutman, Hampshire. This is an observed tornado on the ground. Weather spotters confirmed tornado was reported west of New Knoxville. This is moving east at 45 miles an hour. If you're in the path of this tornado, seek shelter now, immediately. So, who's in the path of this? Let's take a look here. Of course, Wapakoneta, we've been talking about that, right? 3 minutes. St. John's in 10 minutes. Slater in 11 minutes. Gutman in 13. Waynesfield in 8. Hampshire in 19. Chippewa Park in 24. Island View in 24. In 25. West Newton in 25. Roundhead in 27. Jump 31. Jumbo in 33. Walton 33. Four-Acre in 36. Yelverton in 36. Yeah, I'm really concerned about this one here, folks. This is getting ready to go right through Wapakoneta. They're all in their safe spots. Really hope they're in their safe spots. Got a new tornado warning now down in Kentucky. Radar indicated tornado. To the east at 30 miles an hour. Not seeing a whole lot on velocity here. Come back to that one and keep an eye on it. Maybe something right there near sulfur. Starting to get busy again, folks. Starting to get busy again. Blooming Grove. Looks like we got some really good rotation here. Metamora. Here. Radar indicated. Some correlation coefficient drop or CC drop. Back up here to the one just a moment ago. Wapakoneta. Ready to go right through Wapakoneta, folks. This is not good. That looks like a nice little small town. Lots of neighborhood here. That tornado, it's likely rain out. The velocity there is not very strong, so I'm wondering if we're not. Are we out from the radar? We're kind of far. Yeah, there. Gotta be our tornado right here. Right. That's our tornado right there. Correlation code. Right through Wapakoneta. Next scheme tells if that's ground or not. If it is, you're gonna see the debris really, really strong. Likely. Another town, folks, getting hit by a possible large tornado. Going through what I am seeing kind of broadened out a little bit. So I do like to see that. Hopefully it lifted or got to Wapakoneta. Next scan tell us. Got a new tornado warning now. Observed tornado in Putnam and Henry, Ohio. Back to the north a little bit here. That's interesting. I wonder if they reissued that one. Or if it suddenly flared up again. New rotation just formed and observed. Look here, tornado warning for northeastern Putnam County in west central Ohio until southeastern Henry County in northwestern Ohio until 9:50. Form tornado moving at 50 miles an hour was located near uh, Lepis, Lepisic, or 9 miles north of Ottawa. Emergency management confirmed tornado. If you're in that area, Belmore, Scheller, Fayetteville, North Baltimore, all in Ohio, shelter at this moment. Another tornado moving through. You're already underneath the tornado warning, and here comes another one right behind it. I'm going to go back down and check this one. At correlation code happen as it went. Oh, yep. I think it took a hit. Yep, I took a hit. How correlation coefficient right there just got really strong right after it went through Wapakoneta. So, yeah, I think it just took a direct hit. Oh boy. A lot of lives being changed tonight, folks. A lot of lives being changed. So, Wapakoneta, we can see here, that tornado is still moving, still on the ground. You can see stronger, up even there too. So, yeah, wow. Another town took a direct hit. Just looking at Twitter photos of that tornado in Wapakoneta. Nothing yet showing damage, but not surprising if we start to see really cool picture of the funnel cloud, that tornado moving Wapakoneta. To check out my Twitter. Okay, so let's do a quick reset here, where we're at with everything. That correlation code dropped there a bit less, so not as bad as we were. Wapakoneta, in fact, actually up there, that drop just got even less. So that is that's really good. So let's take a look here. We got 9 tornado warnings again, folks. 9 tornado warnings. Again, looking at the one that we're looking at right now, Glaze, Shelby, and Logan counties all in Ohio. That is an observed tornado warning. Still moving off to the northeast. Wyensfield, you are next if it's still on the ground. Because that's kind of out in the open, it is really hard to say if it's still on the ground or not, to be honest with you. So let's treat it like it is, okay? Shelter, all right? Shelter, and assume it's on the ground until it goes through. Next up, we have Union, Indiana, Preble, Ohio, and Wayne, Indiana. This one is a radar indicated tornado. Pretty good rotation on this one here. Some of a CC drop here in Muttonville. And my hearing the sirens go off constantly to let me know that there's more tornado warnings, one right after another here coming through. We'll get to them. Tornado warning for eastern Union County in east central Indiana until 9:50. Southern Preble County in west central Ohio, northwestern Butler County as well. Radar indicator that right there going through Goodwin's corner. Next, we have Franklin, Indiana, Fayette, Indiana, and Union, Indiana, also radar indicated. Good rotation on this one, though. I would not be surprised if that is on the ground. Would not surprise me if that tornado warning continued, to be honest with you, past Blooming Grove. With the wow, that is really strong rotation. Really strong rotation. Back there it is. There's the tornado warning right there that continues on. So again, Whitcomb, Raymond, Mixerville, Doria, Riley, Oxford. All of you are in the tornado warning shelter now. Have a radar indicated tornado potentially on the ground, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Let's see here. Adams, Ohio, Lewis, Kentucky. We have some broad rotation there. Good news. But again, as we've been watching, these storms can spin up really quick. And these tornadoes can become large and destructive very fast. Seeing some CC drop here. Again, if you're in this area, Buena Vista, Rome, a couple things around in that area. Might be more out in the open. Good. You're in those areas, see shelter. Adams, Ohio, Lewis, Kentucky. I think I might have talked about that one. Yes, I did. Next one here. Hancock, Ohio, and Wood, Ohio. We have radar indicated tornado. Taking a look here. East at 40 miles an hour. Near Hoytville, north of Baltimore, Beardstown, Dale, Deschler. Definitely have some rotation there, strong more than anything, most likely there near Belmore. Shelby, Ohio, Miami, Ohio, and Derrick, Ohio. This is an observed tornado warning. Observed tornado warning. There's our CC drop right there near Mount Jefferson. Houston and Mount Jefferson. Lockington. Definitely have a CC drop right there. If you are in Kirkswood, Lockington, New Bern, Plattsville, Sydney, I would seek shelter at this time. We have a ongoing destructive tornado moving towards you. This is moving at 45 miles an hour. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado. Definitely see the drop there. Likely is still on the ground. Take a look at our next one here. Crawford, Indiana, Harrison, Indiana. Closer to the radar for this one. You have some broad rotation there. This radar indicated. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient currently, which moving on here, we have Shelby, Ohio, Miami, Ohio, and Derrick, Ohio. This is an observed tornado warning as of right now. I actually just talked about that one, so we'll move on. Putnam and Henry, Ohio. This is also an observed tornado warning. The velocity here definitely have some rotation there. South of Belmore. At 40 miles an hour. Radar indicated, but it's also oh, it's the back one that's observed. Okay, so this is the one right here that's observed. So Belmore, Deschler, that's observed. I have a couple areas of rotation at that earlier. My goodness, there's just so many. We're up to 12 now, folks. 12 tornado warnings. Goodness, this is crazy. So I'm sorry if I'm skipping any of these. Don't mean. Union, Indiana, Franklin, Indiana, Butler, Ohio. Radar indicated. Definitely got some rotation right here near Wacombe. To the west of Bath. That's definitely a good rotation there. At our correlation coefficient. Not seeing anything currently there that's catching my attention. Not seeing anything currently. And we also have a tornado warning now in Jefferson, Wisconsin. Jefferson, Wisconsin is underneath a tornado warning. This is heading towards Fort Atkinson. That rotation currently actually kind of right over Fort Atkinson right now. So there. Radar indicated tornado warning. And this is what I was talking about earlier, folks. So look at where this tornado is. Remember me talking about what would happen with these storms as they cross over stationary boundary? Here we are. Happening as these storms cross over. Here's our first one. We now have a tornado warning near Fort Atkinson, Oakland, Hebron, Helenville, Jefferson. This is moving east. And this is moving east at 40 miles an hour as quarter-size hail. So, I only skipped a couple of those tornado warnings. We're back down to 10. Still a lot, but lost a couple there, which is good. I think they were allowed to expire. But ultimately, we got a lot going on, folks. So let's dive into a couple of these observed ones. All right. We're going to go back to Shelby, Ohio, and Miami, Ohio. Take a look at this particular one here. actually rain mapped. There is a tornado in there. Again, it is observed, so there's probably one still there. Last updated 59, so literally just 2 minutes ago. Radar indicated the tornado producing storm was located here, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado at 8:48. So it may have lifted by now. Hard to say. But what I will tell you is we're going to treat it as if it's still there. All right. So your safe spot. Get to your safe spot if you're ahead of this. Pequot, Fletcher, Conover, Baloo, Newburn. There's our CC drop right there. Yep, this is still on the ground. I do believe it's still on the ground right here. Newburn. Yep, and I see. Okay, yep, there is our. It actually became more clear with that last scan. So there is our indication right there. That is our rotation. And green is going to be towards the radar. The red is radar. That right there. Just to the south of Newburn. So Sydney, I think you're next in the path. If you are in Sydney, Pasco, Pemberton, Port Jefferson, Quincy, seek shelter now. I know you're not underneath the tornado warning. However, this is moving towards you. All right. Definitely have a tornado on the ground. Yeah, if you're in Sydney, seek shelter now. Let's take a look here at our next observed Putnam and Henry. Watching this one actually for a little while now. This has been an interesting one where we had a front side rotation. As that storm grew, it actually created a second rotation on the back side. And because it was horizontal in a sense, right? Linear, it prompted a warning on the back side. So we had one already through. Now we have another one. So good news is it looks like it's actually moving through and almost through Belmore and Deschler. Good news. Velocity may up just a little. For a second, it came back though. That correlation coefficient. Still seeing some stuff there. So if you are in Hoyetville, Emmonsburg, North Baltimore, Signet, shelter. And then our other observed tornado warning here that we have, just one other here. Or I'm sorry, no, I thought we had three. We only have two. Okay, so we just have those two observed tornado warnings. I'm going to drive through a couple of these other ones and see where they're at, see how they're doing. Update it. Quickly move through these. What I'm looking for is, do we have any drop? Do we have strong rotation? Might indicate something is in the process of getting ready to drop, if not already on the ground. But we do have one near Deschler. This is just radar indicating. Oh, that's part of the one that's observed. Okay, so I do believe, honest with you, this one right here for southwestern Wood and northwestern counties going to go observed, most likely. So if you're in this area and you have not sought shelter yet, please go. Hoyetville, North Baltimore, Macomb, Signet, Berry City, Bairdstown, Bloomdale, shelter now. Van Buren, seek shelter now. This storm is definitely likely still on the ground. Like you go from radar indicated to radar confirmed. Possibly something right here. So this is for a Carefree Town at 30 miles an hour. The radar indicated tornado, but I am seeing potential CC drop there. Pressing it just out of the warning, so that warning. I am rotation right here. There. Not as tight as what we've seen earlier today in some of our storms, but definitely still still there, right? Still have some rotation. Did see a CC drop, so would not surprise me if they can on into next county. Corydon Junction, Salisbury, Ramsey, Fairdale. Drop is actually heading towards Mott Station, Randall. So if you're in those areas, please shelter at this time. I'm going to jump back up and take a look at that one in Wisconsin that was kind of catching my attention. We're pretty close to the radar here, so we're going to see quite a bit of what's going on closer to the ground. And that'll help us get an understanding of what really is happening at ground level per se. We're not so far from the radar. We're not looking very high up. So it also can sometimes hinder us because we might not see rotation coming that hasn't quite dropped yet. So I'm seeing here Jefferson definitely getting some strong winds right there. Possible small rotation in that area. Johnson Creek, you're in line. It's coming towards you. Have a CC drop here. Not seeing a CC drop, so that's good news. This radar indicates rotation. Moving east at 40 miles an hour. Got some bigger towns here coming up. And path of Helenville in 8 minutes, Farmington in 10 minutes, Concord in 15, Sullivan in 16, Onomawak in 23, Summit in 23, Omonowak Lake in 26, Waterville in 27, Lake in 28, Ashatoa in 30, Delafield in 30, Wales in 32, Genesee, DePot 33, Buena Vista in 33, Genesee in 34, Heartland 34, Milwaukee West 34, Edgewood 37. So if you're in the path of this tornado, just be prepared to seek shelter. And this is radar indicated rotation. Tighten up at any moment. So you're in the path, shelter at this time. Had a new tornado warning come through. I heard it come through. Harrison, Indiana. Indiana, I do believe. Of the other one that's right there as well. So Central Harrison County and South Central Indiana, Western Floyd County and South Central Indiana until 9:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Corydon at 30 miles an hour. There's our rotation. The rotation I was talking about just a moment ago. Yeah, absolutely, Joe. Sorry, your message. For some reason, my messages were covered up by mistake. I apologize. Yeah, definitely watching watching that tornado warning in Wisconsin to see what happens. Yeah, the watch canceled for Western Michigan does not surprise me. To be honest with you, we'll see. National Weather Service decides to reissue or issue one for Wisconsin, part of Michigan. Have a mezzo discussion out or not. Have a new watch issue a while ago down to the south. A lot of watches out there right now from Michigan through Ohio down to Kentucky. Got a new tornado warning here. All the way down to Georgia. Paddle on down to Georgia. A bit wider than anticipated originally in regards to coverage. Yep, there's our rotation right there. I did not see on the correlation coefficient right there. Radar indicated tornado, southwestern Walker County in northwestern Georgia, northwestern Chattanooga County in northwestern Georgia until 10 o'clock. Moving east at 20 miles an hour. How far south that is. All of our other stuff's been up here. Now we're all the way down here. Crazy. The severe thunderstorm warnings now happening over here, Wisconsin. This line is must be gaining strength. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Look at the hail cores in that. Got a couple different hail cores. Just north of Whitewater, just north of Fort Atkinson. Another tornado warning. Update. We're getting updates on some of these. Oh, here it is right here. Clark, Indiana, Floyd, Indiana. This had an update. Got that one. Back to velocity scan. Oh yeah, look at that. Right near to the east of Starlight, Broomhill, Carwood, Wilson, Bennettsville. Definitely got some good rotation there. Get our correlation coefficient. Hard to tell. There might be something there. Yep, there's something there. That next scan. There it is. Right here. That velocity. Yep, that's definitely some strong rotation. Might update uh, observed or confirmed tornado. And thank you for everyone who has been watching stream. Do appreciate it. If you haven't had a chance to like and subscribe on the stream, make sure to do so you're up to date on the next time we go live for any weather. Also, by liking this stream, it does get it out there for others to know about what's going on. They're maybe YouTube, and they're warning, and they're trying to figure out what's happening, or maybe they're near a warning, try to see if they're going to be affected by it. Always a good thing out to them. All right, so yeah, taking a look here again, Bentsville, Broomhill, moving towards Perry Crossing, Sullivan Grove, Charleston, Rolling Hills, Otisco, and Newmarket have potential tornado on the ground here. If you're in those areas, shelter at this time. Again, we want to treat this actual tornado on the ground. Like I said, I did see that CC drop there. Very well could be something moving through. Related, so I'm thinking of it actually being on the ground. That little storm's producing all of that. That's crazy. Tells you how juicy the air is out there. Tornado warning just recently here for Wisconsin. We now have a tornado warning for Oconomowoc, Summit, Heartland, Wales, Ottawa, North Prairie, and here at the right up here, western Waukesha County and southeastern Wisconsin, eastern Jefferson County, southeastern Wisconsin until 8:45 p.m. 15 minutes ago. Sorry, 8:50. I did not see this one. Sorry. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage. So I think that's really more the caution here is the your straight line winds. Quarter size hail. East at 40 miles an hour. New tornado warning now also issued in Wisconsin. We now have another one issued for central Walworth County in southeastern Wisconsin until 8:45. Thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage. Also, I'm wondering if this is turning into a straight line and like a derecho. Very potentially. Derechos have the potential to basically produce winds as strong, if not stronger, than tornadoes, believe it or not. I personally lived through one, been through one. So, needless to say, these tornado warnings may be for the straight line winds. When you have a derecho, sometimes what can happen is you'll have quick spin ups on the front of the line. Um, yeah, not good. Um, bear with me one moment, folks. I need to quick phone. Okay, sorry about that delay there. Um, yep, Joe, thank you so much for calling that out there. Yep, we're looking at Wisconsin right now. Yep, we got a lot of warnings here for Wisconsin. Like I was saying just a moment ago, I think we're possible derecho forming here. I don't think this is going to make it over Lake Michigan. So for those of you that are wondering, going to be affected by this, as of right now, I'm going to say probably not. However, this warm front has gotten a little further north. The lake may not have an effect on these. There is a potential. One second, folks. Okay. Sorry, folks, if I'm stepping away for a moment. I have family in Wisconsin trying to. So, to recap here, we got a lot going on here. Um, One moment. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I got family. Wisconsin. So, like I would expect anyone else to really do is let their loved ones know, friends, family, whatever, um, what's going on. I too. Well, so what do we got going on here? We have several tornado warnings now in Wisconsin. I count three currently with severe thunderstorm warnings. Now these are for radar indicated tornadoes, no observed or confirmed. But as I mentioned a bit ago, so if somebody just joined the stream, looking like we may have a potential derecho attempting to set up here through Wisconsin. Basically, it's a wall of wind that is extremely strong, sometimes stronger than tornadoes during the right conditions. So, in the front of that line, not only do you have strong wind, but you sometimes have these little tiny couplets, spin ups, that will cause mini tornadoes. And they actually will last for seconds, sometimes even a minute at most. Sometimes longer, but very rarely. So they'll issue tornado warnings for those possible quick spin-ups. I personally lived through a tornado, through a derecho, and that's what we had. We actually had a tornado. Never confirmed it, but there was definitely evidence that showed that it very well could have been a tornado that came through my area, along with the derecho. So, with that, that's the reason why we're seeing this. With that, also being said, as it moves to the east, we have a lake to contend with. Don't think it's going to make it over. Okay. All depends on what happens when it gets there. Our low pressure has moved further north. That does have a lot to play with this. Another reason why we have these tornado warnings, we have wind coming out of the east, coming out of the south, out of the west. A lot of spin in the atmosphere. Okay? Hearing more tornado warnings going off. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Clark, Indiana is now underneath an observed tornado warning. Clark, Indiana is now underneath an observed tornado warning. That's a little guy, right? That's a little guy, but it's observed. Let's take a look at our velocity. Not seeing. Oh, there it was. It was right there. Looks like it's let up as it went into Sullivan Grove. That's good news. But glad to see that. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient, but maybe something left over. Just some broad stuff here. But it very well could still be on the ground, and it's just not showing on radar right at the moment. So we'll still go ahead and treat this as an active tornado on the ground. Again, if you're in a warning, it's on the ground, whether it is or isn't. Okay? It's better to protect yourself than anything else. Taking a look here, we also have now 9 tornado warnings. couple of new ones that have popped up here we'll take a look at. We have one in Franklin, Ripley, and Dearborn, Indiana. So taking a look here at our velocity, definitely have some rotation here near Spades, Sunman, Clinton, Wellsburg, and another rotation here, Labtown, Smyrna, Pennington. That is all part of the same storm. Our correlation coefficient. Very possible something near Sunman. Was maybe just a velocity that into motion or velocity. Oh, definitely got some good velocity there now near Sunman. So again, potential tornado radar indicated currently until 10 p.m. Southern Franklin County in southeastern Indiana, northwestern Ripley County in southeastern Indiana, and northern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana. I'll jump up here because I just happened to notice this guy up here. Really good rotation. This is radar indicated here, 7 Mile, New Miami, Trenton. Definitely more of a broad rotation, it looks like. Not seeing any on the correlation coefficient. News. An eye on that can tighten up at any moment. Oh my goodness, what else we got here? Decatur, Indiana. Decatur, Indiana, right by where we just were. Correlation coefficient. We'll take a look at the velocity, that'll starting point. So we have some velocity near Newport. Newpoint. In fact, that actually just let up a little bit. However, Sunman just tightened up. Difference there, right? It was there, or not there, and now it's really there. Our correlation coefficient could have something going on there for sure. Bit of a flow here. Bit of an inflow notch right there. So again, reds towards the radar. I'm sorry, greens towards the radar, reds away from the radar. So we can see we have a bit of a spin for sure. Right there. So as we can see here on the radar velocity back up here in Wisconsin, that here in Wisconsin, wall of wind that is moving. Inside that wall of wind, little tiny couplets here and there, twist of the line, and like right there, there. Got to move it down. I don't have a fancy overlay yet for drawing. Other little ones here, maybe right here, right there. So again, real quick spin ups. All right. All right. So, again, just to recap here, currently have seven tornado warnings, anywhere from Wisconsin, Ohio, all the way down to even, um, actually, it's not there. Oh, yeah, Georgia, all the way down to Georgia. So, we have a lot going on here, folks. Still do. Not over yet by any means. Still have a little ways to go with you all throughout this, as long as we need everyone as safe as possible. If we take a look at the overall radar, we can see on here. Uh, Ultimately, we have two line trying to form here through Wisconsin into Illinois. How much further south that line goes might be falling out there. We have a line over here to the of Toledo down to Columbus, Eddie, and on that line, we have several tornado warnings, all currently radar. Did have our have the surface fronts turned on so we can see approximately where they are, um, in relation to our storms. Our storms are pretty much riding uh, the fronts. Now, what we've had happen, which we were expecting, is as this all continued, got into even more favorable conditions, we've started to see tornadoes form even outside of the fronts, out ahead of the cold front by quite a bit. So that was to be expected. We saw that on the future cast. We saw that coming, and most importantly, happened. So, got to keep an eye on it. Breath here for just a moment. I'm gonna step away for just a second. I'm gonna refill my water. Be right back. All right, I am back, folks. We have a new tornado warning here for till 10 o'clock for central Champaign County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near West Liberty, moving 40 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation. Let's take a look at that rotation together. Yep, there it is. So again, green's towards the radar, red is away from the radar. Our correlation coefficient. We have anything flying around? Don't see at the moment. That was a much bigger tornado warning just issued for that. Actually, to be honest with you, makes sense. I was just thinking about that because of where the velocity was, rotation. Not as bad as it was literally one scan ago. So what this does here, that real strong, let go. Definitely a little bit less. Still nothing on the correlation coefficient. Looked at last. Still nothing there. So that's good news. Hopefully that rotation just disappears and we'll be all set to go on that one. All right. Hey, Joe. Sorry. Saw your message here. Storms developing in Illinois near Chicago. Here. That's right near our low pressure system there. Hey, the good news is I don't see any tornado warnings in Wisconsin anymore. Great. Yep, right there. We got some storms forming here right on the cold front. So Wheaton, Addison, Maywood, Grange. That's what that said. Juliet, all this in Illinois. No warnings on these as of right now. They're just garden variety storm. Look back up here in Wisconsin. We were talking about this earlier. Possibly attempting to form a derecho. Not seeing anything, tornadic wise. Obviously, we don't have any tornado warnings. However, a reminder with a derecho, have little spin ups here and there. So always want to keep an eye on this. You're definitely got some strong winds for sure. Right here, this is what I'm talking about. Look at this, near Waterford. There's a little bit of a possible spin. Not surprise me. That next scan does, and I bet you if it's still there, they might issue a tornado warning for this right here. At our reflectivity. Yeah, that little indent right there. Little tiny indent again. Comes to derecho lines. All it takes is just, and you get a little atmosphere. All right, so keep an eye on those there. What I want to do here, let me just double check, make sure we don't have any like other. Oh, we're down to 3 tornado warnings. Hey, that is awesome. That's amazing. All right, so what I want to do here is I'm going to quickly look at the current HRRR. We've been so busy, I haven't been able to look at the future forecast here for short term and what might be coming down the pipeline for the rest of this evening. So here we are. This is current time right now, 9 o'clock, about an hour ago. And let's take a look here. Is this run? All right. So we don't have all of the run yet. However, we have enough to see what happen at least overnight. So the HRRR is forecasting that line that we were watching, Wisconsin, basically die out over the lake. Garden variety storms for whatever makes it across Michigan, but not very strong. Our main line that we've been dealing with all the tornado warnings that has now made its way down through Indianapolis up to Toledo and so forth. That line is expected to build a little bit longer and then die off. That's at like 6 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah. Don't anticipate to be here till 6 o'clock in the morning. That is definitely not most likely going to happen. But, here for a few. As long as we still have your weather to report on. So, we'll continue to keep an eye on this. That's great news to see that derecho line looks like it might just break up. I'm going to check one other one here. NAM or NAM, however you want to pronounce that. And we're going to take a look here again. Most recent run, 12%. Far out, it'll allow us to. Far enough that we can see what's going to happen in Michigan. Kind of concerned about the most. So here's our line right here. Actually, this a little bit behind. M is a little bit behind in my. That's showing 11 o'clock for that line to be at the lakeshore. At 10 o'clock, not even fully formed yet. It already is. Not even 10 o'clock yet. I think the behind. Even if it is a little bit behind, it's still showing, again, breaking up over the lake. Garden variety storms once we Michigan. So, one other one here. Here's our GFS. GFS is really for long range. Okay. Let's say we have the GFS here. We'll take that tornado warning that just popped up near. Get the GFS here. GFS is actually going to move very fast in regards to hour by hour. It's not going hour by hour. It's going to be several hours over time. So as you can see here, 5 p.m. Next thing is 11 a.m. This isn't even showing anything by 2 a.m. The other ones were showing that line breaking up and garden variety storm rain by then. So I personally like the HRRR, especially for short term. I feel like it's accurate what I've seen time over time. Break up. So let's see if that actually happens. Warm front. north. Not done marching north, I think. Happens. All right, let's take a look at that new tornado warning that just popped up for us here in Ohio. Oh yeah, look, here's your nice little inflow right there. That matches right up. There's something right on a bright. So let's look at the velocity. Definitely have some inflow. Sure, got some rotation. Oh, for sure. Yep. Still got that rotation there. Had it for a little while. Might be letting up just a little bit. That's good news. Uh, yeah, for sure. Another thing I just want to check really quick, off to the side here. There are new watches, tornado watches that have come out, but they're out here. I was just wondering, line up here. Or I'm sorry, in Wisconsin. All right, let's dive into those tornado warnings again. We only got 3 this time, so we can go through these a little bit here. Dearborn, Indiana, and Franklin, Indiana. Taking a look here, we're just looking at that just a moment ago. That's where we had that rotation. Uh, Definitely there. Could be a tornado for sure. So if you are in the vicinity of this, Harrison, Blue Jay, Milltown, sorry, Miami Town. There we go. Coleraine Heights, Dry Ridge, Mount Healthy, North College Hill. I would definitely get to your safe spot. All right. Potential storm with a rotation, possible tornado on the ground. As of right now, it's just radar. Correlation coefficient. Broad, broad stuff. And it could be that hill. Could be something. Here is our notch. There's our inflow. Next, we have Champaign, Union, and Madison, Ohio, where we're going to be talking about our velocity here. Center. Off, actually. Well, it was 3 minutes ago, so it might not be fully here. Let's see if we have anything on the correlation coefficient. Definitely have rotation. More of a broad rotation now. That most recent scan before I switched to correlation coefficient. Not showing any velocity for that. It's down towards muddle. More of a broad rotation there. Keep an eye on that. All of these, by the way, do have hail with them, so underneath these, eye on getting out of the way for the hail for sure. Next here, oops, didn't call it out there. Let me try that again. Hamilton, Butler, and Dearborn, Indiana. Definitely have some rotation. We were just looking at this a moment ago. With stronger rotation now this time. And radar indicator correlation coefficient. Hard to tell. It's kind of butter there. Hard to tell. Something there. And then our last one, which just came out, is down in Kentucky. Greenup, Kentucky. Anyway, let's take a look here. Our radar velocity here is showing rotation there. Real broad, nothing too tight there, for sure. That's good news. And that's a tour through our three, was four, now three tornado warnings. Have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's definitely a lot less than what we've had in the earlier today in the past. So going back up here, curious, checking on this possible derecho. Let's try. So our storm here in Wisconsin, eye on this possible derecho, like it's kind of fizzling out on the north side there. South side though is still pretty strong. Um, and when we look at the radar velocity, definitely see really strong estimated radar estimated here. 5, 6. Not too far, but enough to say that we are looking up in. Kind of see this line trying to form through our low pressure down into. Problem is the storm on the top side. We have winds that are blowing towards the. That's allowing it to really build up. The storms on the south side have winds south cross cross them, so it actually kind of hurts them a little, pop them up a little. Now that shear does also tornadoes too, the right conditions. Rat situation, energy that you have available. Take a look here at our direction, our pressure right out of the south. Of a warm front, sorry, out of the have a couple that north up here, Waukesha, Milwaukee, just ahead of that, or just above that, north. Those converging together, it's here. Really, not so much up here. That's more. Back to over here by. That time. Check on our tornado warnings here. Got anything happening with Madison, Ohio? If you're in this area though, if you're underneath that tornado warning, any moment tornado could drop, right? Drop near you, stairs, downstairs. Definitely pay attention. Taking a look at Hamilton and Butler, Ohio. Earlier, our velocity was definitely a lot stronger, tighter. That's awesome. Because we're losing the heat, we're seeing our last one here in hockey. Sorry. All right. So that's doing pretty good. Checking out your thunderstorm warning. On. here. Back up in very large warning. Rachel just actually out portion trying to move. So yeah, Joe, great call, right? I think that they're feeding off of the warm front. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, time we've had something right near the warm front, always produce whether it be strong severe thunderstorm or um, tornado, especially the ones that we had in Michigan. Yeah, huge tornado came through earlier near Kalamazoo. Bad, bad. On online, FedEx got by the tornado. Sure, we'll see more about that tornado. For three, I know for sure, possibly that were large tornadoes. One of them was even a tornado emergency. So what I'm talking about here is Portage. I can try to find that here in a minute. We have a new tornado warning for Franklin, Ohio, Madison, Ohio, Union, Ohio, and Delaware, Ohio. Of the one previously, their velocity definitely still have some rotation there. Kind of a broad rotation, and taking correlation coefficient. That's right now catching my attention. That's good. Another tornado warning. Warren, Ohio, further south. Here at our velocity. Yeah, right where I thought. Okay. So this is a radar indicated tornado warning currently. However, we have a CC drop. In East Central Warren County in southwestern Ohio, been a minute since we've had a CC drop, so let's take a look at this. Central Warren County till 10:45 Eastern Time. Take a look here at our radar velocity here. Definitely have rotation for sure. Very, very tight. Actually, there is a possible rotation. But then looking at our correlation coefficient, definitely have a CC drop now for sure. Right here. Boom. There's our tornado. Almost guarantee you that is a tornado on the ground. So, Fort Atson State Memorial. If you're in that area, take shelter now. Mathers Mills. If you're in that area, take shelter now. Oh man. So this right now is right along Interstate 71. Anyone who's driving on Interstate 71, there probably isn't a lot of people right now because it's not that late, so there could be quite a few. Hopefully they're getting ready to shut this down. I know this tornado warning literally was just issued. It is not radar confirmed, but I'll tell you what, that CC drop tells me there's something there. So, if you're in this area, good news is it looks like there's not a lot out here. Yeah. Not seeing very tight, like, neighborhoods and so forth. Great news. But here is our debris ball. I have a debris ball now. There definitely is something going on out here. Right here. Here's our debris ball. I have another debris ball just to the north. That's why I paused. It caught my attention. I was like, wait, am I seriously seeing, am I seeing double? But no, there's another debris ball. We now have a 2 tornado warning side by side. I almost could say these are twins. So we have one for Warren and another one for Warren, both in Warren County. They're not marking them as confirmed, but I'm here to tell you right now, these likely are. Most likely on the ground. So our new tornado warning, let me make sure I selected the right one. The new one is for East Central Warren County in southwestern Ohio until 10:45. They're both actually till 10:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Lebanon at 25 miles an hour. Yeah. So that's good news. That upper one just totally got a lot less. Although now we have another one down here in the bottom portion of our other warning. Like there's multiple velocities, and in fact, I had mentioned that one down at the bottom there. Happened to. There's my velocity. Okay, 1 rotation, 2 rotation. Very broad, but it was tighter just a moment ago. If we were to back this up, probably 1 or 2 scans. That. Yep, right there. There's that tight rotation right there. Tight rotation. Rotation starting. Tight rotation, and then it dissolves. Stop. So we had at one moment 3 rotations side by side. That's unusual. So let's take a look at our correlation coefficient. Finding here. In my opinion, these are on the ground. 1 for sure, possibly 2. There was a third one, but it looks like it has essentially lifted. That correlation coefficient has really dissolved. So if you are near near Fort Ancient State Memorial, uh, Mathers Mills, Clarksville. Seek shelter now. All right. We have a potential tornado on the ground, possibly 2 tornadoes moving towards you right now. Like maybe that one may have lifted, which would be great. Yeah, we're getting into the nighttime here. Very rarely do we have long track tornadoes at night. It happen a lot of times. They spin up real quick, last for a short period of time, so they burn off all their energy, and then they're done. They usually don't have a lot of energy to feed off of, except for right in that vicinity or nearby area. So typically, when they spin up, a lot of times they're not there for very long. Not always the case. We've seen long track tornadoes at night before. However, a lot of times, though, they're not very long track. There, and then they're gone. All right, so I think that middle rotation actually gone because the bottom rotation robbed all the energy from it. So, at our correlation coefficient again. And we still have a CC drop here for sure. We have a broad CC drop up here. That was a lot tighter a minute ago. But here is our next one. I think this one right here is robbing it all from over here. We've got another tornado warning now. Now we're back up to 4. Okay, so Warren is now an observed tornado warning. By the way, that's observed. Don't think the one up here at the top, I can almost guarantee you now, the top one has lifted. The bottom one is definitely going. Look at this. Folks, we have a large tornado possibly on the ground here. Here we go. See, it robbed all the energy. It got much larger. Confirmed tornado located near Morrow, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Damaging tornado. Radar confirmed tornado. Radar shows tornado debris in the air, which we are looking at right now on the correlation coefficient. We have a new tornado warning that was just issued for Lawrence, Illinois. Lawrence, Illinois. All right, so we're going backwards here, closer to our cold front. This might be a little bit more concerning as we get closer to that cold front. A little bit more spin in the atmosphere. There's our couplet. Take a look at our velocity. Sure enough, there it is. And correlation coefficient, hard to see. Kind of a little bit of a jumbled mess there of information, but I don't think that seemed like more of a broad rotation than anything. Let's see. Back to our Warren one here. Our bottom one, not the top one. Right here, near York, where the tornado is currently. That correlation coefficient, much more. This definitely hit something big, I think. Oh man, there's a YMCA camp, Fort Memorial. Oh man, I hope it's not. They're one of those. That would not be good. Right through. Definitely houses there. All these little black dots, those are houses. Houses are buildings. So definitely went through something. Still is. Still moving. Still on the ground. Yeah. could end up being another big tornado possibly. Updated. No, they haven't, but they've extended that tornado warning now into Clarksville, Ogden, Wilmington. 10:23 p.m. Eastern Time, tornado warning for northwestern Clinton County and southwestern Ohio. 11 p.m. tornado producing storm was located near Morrow, northeast at 25 miles an hour, damaging tornado. The radar confirmed tornado. Again, debris in the air, correlation. So if you are in the vicinity of this tornado, please seek shelter immediately. Clarksville, Ogden, Wilmington. All of these locations are in Ohio. Please shelter. A couple of these other ones out really quick. Back to Clinton. Good news is our debris signature has gotten much wider. It's not a ball, not circular anymore. Our velocity is that's let up. Sure enough, our velocity has definitely let up. That tornado may still be on the ground, but not as strong. And our debris signature is definitely wider. Correlation coefficient, see if we can update again. That debris signature wider. Great news. Great news. Still could be on the ground though, so if you are in the path of this tornado, shelter now. Safe spot, an interior room, basement. Vandervoort's Corners. This is headed towards you. Yeah, Vandervoort's Corners. This is headed towards you. Seek shelter if you're in the path of this. Again, tornado could easily tighten back up. I believe it's still on the ground until I see this debris completely disappear. I believe it's still on the ground. So our surface fronts updated. We can see now that our low pressure has moved further north. Our warm front is even further north. It's actually past Grand Rapids now, possibly even further. That line of storms that we were talking about, possible derecho, is now over Lake Michigan. It's going to run into, interesting to see what happens. Right now, it is behind the low pressure system. With it being behind the low pressure system, it's getting a lot of wind from the west, from the north. You're getting a lot of push. I don't think there's a lot of energy there. Once it gets on the other side of the cold front, there is a ton of possible energy. So Interesting to see what happens. Same with the storms that are further north. Once they get on the other side of the stationary front, they're still active. Will they explode? Because there is energy all around this low front. More so on the right hand side and north side. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. All right, we had another tornado warning. Clinton, Ohio. Maybe that was just an update, I think. No, it was an addition. So, addition to the one that we were already watching, that's going right towards the radar. Go to the south of it, though. Yes, it did. Oh, look at this. We have a new spin up of rotation down near Blanchester, and then Midland, Kenzie, all of these places, Martinsville. Again, if you are in that vicinity, you have possible rotation moving towards you. Our correlation coefficient. Yes, there is rotation right there. A possible tornado on the ground north of Blanchester, south of Pansy. Good news is, folks, it looks like this is a lot of open area. So hopefully it's not doing a lot of damage with what we're seeing on the correlation coefficient. Hopefully more just tree debris, grass and things like that. Although this rotation up here that went through here, still going. And I think it did actually hit something up there, unfortunately. That's a lot of debris. Play this out. We can see that debris. Right, it's definitely gotten a lot wider. Our velocity here have some rotation still moving through. Could still have something on the ground. Again, Vandervoort's Corners, Clarksville, Ogden, Sligo, Wilmington. It's coming. Ready for it. Get to your safe spot. Or else I mentioned too. PNZ. Below you there is that rotation spot already. Midland, Martinsville, Jonesboro, Farmers, Wallow, Holsburg, Morrisville. All these locations in their safe spot. We have active tornado on the ground, producing damage. That on the correlation coefficient. Your safe spots. Good news, the one near Pansy have nope, I think that could still be on the ground. Again, it's out in the middle of nowhere, so it's not picking up a lot. Trees, sticks. Might have another rotation trying to form near Clarksville. Saw something on the correlation coefficient. If you're in this area, seek shelter now. Possible tornadoes, more than one, possibly moving towards Wilmington. Storms are trying to make it across the lake. They're trying. Interesting to see, but they're really starting to kind of die out. Very interesting, for sure. Really see that. There's your storm front line, gust front. That gusts out too far ahead of the storm. It'll lose all its energy. Gust front will actually eat up the energy, and the storm will die behind it. So it will be interesting to happen. All right, let's go back down here to Wilmington. Check out our storm here. Storms. Had 3 different rotations at one point. Still seeing some rotation up near Ogden. Midland, definitely. Martinsville. All of this is in Ohio. And if we take here at our correlation coefficient, still have some scattered. See how this is all really spreading out now, so that's good news. Still have something on the ground. It's probably not as strong as it was. Still stay in your safe spot. We're going to treat this like it's still on the ground. So for those of you in Ogden, Wilmington, Burtonville, Airport. Oh, what airport is this? Airborne Air Park. Yep. Oh, we have Southern State College, North Gibbs. Might not be anybody on campus. Not. Kind of becoming more of a scattered. There's storms here. Have some broad rotation near Dublin. Correlation coefficient, which is good. Have some broad rotation over here. Let's see here. What? Northeastern Lawrence County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Lawrenceville, Vincent's Airport, or Lawrenceville. Radar indicated rotation. Pretty broad rotation here. And the correlation coefficient, which is good. Tornado warning. Franklin, Delaware, and Ohio. Information of the other tornado warning on from Dublin, Worthington. At our velocity here. So we'll have some broad rotation here. We have a tornado warning for northern Franklin County in central Ohio, southeastern Delaware County, central Ohio, western Licking County in central Ohio until 11:15 Eastern Time at 35 miles an hour with a possible tornado and quarter-size hail. So only 9 alerts, 5 tornado warnings. Four severe thunderstorm warnings. Back to the one in Clinton here. Considered an observed tornado warning. Radar confirmed. Hasn't updated though since 2023, so update. Got 19 minutes left on it. Interesting to see what happens here. This is so close to the radar. Hard to think. Radar is actually going to look for it or not because however, severe thunderstorm warning, large severe thunderstorm warning was just so this has tornado possible tag a part of it just because of the continuation of the potential for that tornado through. That rotation seems really weakening up. Longer there, for the most part. So the National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a thunderstorm warning for southern Fayette County in central Ohio, eastern Clinton County in southwestern Ohio, southwestern Pickaway County in central Ohio, northern Highland County in south central Ohio, northwestern Ross County in south central Ohio until 11:30. Your new tornado warning come through though. Knox, Indiana, and Davis, Indiana. This is radar indicated of another tornado warning. And we have that real broad rotation. So this is tornado warning for northeastern Knox County in southwestern Indiana, northwestern Davis County in southwestern Indiana until 11:50. I've noticed too, that's the other thing I've noticed, is storms that are further south from the low pressure, they're actually, that's to be expected. So I've completely lost the thunderstorm warning that was up here in Wisconsin for that possible derecho. You'll see that my surface fronts have backed back down. They update. Sometimes it takes a minute for it to position. why that is. Um, Radar I'm using around it's trying to render the new data. But what I can tell you though, or I'm sorry, this warm front is definitely further north than where it shows. Warm front is actually up. That's what I'm thinking. That bit of a push in the center of it there. Probably because of these storms that are moving, right? These storms are helping that warm front move north. A little bit of a build on those. We're dying off. Now I'm seeing a little uptick. Strength. Interesting. Going over the waters lately, always interesting when that's really for the water, warm water, cold atmosphere, warm atmosphere. Do they interact well together? Water, storms. Do the storms feed off the atmosphere, not the lake? It all depends. Sometimes you have storms that'll move across and they're ground based. All their energy is from the ground. Where other storms are atmospheric based, where they pull all their energy from the atmosphere up above them. So when that happens, the lake will not affect it. Ground will. So we call those ground based or surface based. Atmosphere. It's been a long day. Been online now for 6 hours. Awesome. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to stay on until this gets to the lake shore. Storms are moving at about 40 miles an hour. Pretty much, we're to say 40 miles an hour. Lake shore, about an hour for an hour. We'll see what they do. Yeah, see, there goes my surface fronts. It just updated again. Go further north, just like I thought it was. Actually, it's further north than what I thought it was, to be honest with you. So did the wind direction markers. Those updated a bit different than what I thought, but that's okay. It's further north, and that's actually good if we want these storms to strength. Now that I'm where that surface front really is, sense as to why it might be starting to gain a little bit of strength. It's getting to that low, that cold front, and that very warm front. Interesting to see what happens. Very interesting. Trying to build to the south, But here's something I'm noticing. Out front, just front. Might be, might not be. Good. Don't want that. I want these storms out there that would love to see a good thunderstorm in Michigan. Not get to see storms earlier. Just I know people in Kalamazoo and Portage, so forth, probably don't want to. Don't blame them. Probably trying to figure out how to dry tonight. Possible. Crazy. I just noticed on for hours, but we started back about 4 o'clock. So while we're kind of in a pause pattern here, let's tornado warnings here. Time. This one over by Worthington, definitely going populated area, but good news is not seeing that's turning at the moment. Not seeing anything turning. that storm near tornado near. Good news is then our other tornado warning, Knox, gonna we'll have some rotation. Back by Emerson. So not seeing any correlation coefficient. Sorry, which is a good. Hey, Gavin, welcome back. How you doing? For stepping on back into the stream. It's been one active afternoon. Now we're just tracking some storms that are tornado warned. We're also watching for there's a possible derecho attempting to move across Lake Michigan. So an eye on that a bit longer, see what happens to that. So taking a look again at the storms that are moving across Lake. Once again, as a reminder, these are getting ready to cross over the cold front. Interesting to see what happens once they. Anything near us at all yet? Great question, Gavin. We do have a line of storms moving coming across the lake. Question's going to be what happens on the other side of the low pressure and get to land. So two here that can cause potential uptick intensity. When it passes through the low pressure and gets on the right hand side of it, we're going to have more instability. We're also going to have more shear, more updraft, and so forth, which causing those tornadoes earlier. I don't anticipate tornadoes though this late at night. Lost a lot of the energy atmosphere. However, with that being said, I think we're setting up for potential derecho somewhere. It's probably going to be more towards the bottom of the line. The bottom of the line here really or was bowing out. I'm noticing now it's kind of gusting out too, so that actually doesn't help it. So what happens here? But as this continues to move, ride that warm front. That's going to be an interesting situation because that's right where you have a lot of your instability. Turning of the winds. so forth. So, going to keep an eye on this. Could just end up being a rainstorm, springtime storm in a sense. So not much to it, but more to find out as it gets closer to the shoreline. Thanks for asking. Great question. I'll head back over here to Ohio and take a look at the Franklin, Delaware, Licking County tornado warning. Have any new changes in our velocity? I think we have a little bit, but I don't think we have anything in correlation. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient. That's good news. In fact, there's not as much hail as there was either earlier, so that tells me that probably diminished a bit in intensity, but don't want to let up yet because it's still in a favorable area for intensification. Keep an eye on this one. Westerville, Minerva Park, Albany, Harlem, and then those that are getting ready to experience this storm, Hana, Atascala. If you're in those areas, definitely a shelter. Underneath the tornado warning, we're going to assume there's a tornado, even if you don't see one on radar. Point something come through and drop. Any power outage? That's a great question. I'm pretty sure there are south because we did have those two large tornadoes go through our southern counties. But in regards to the rest of Michigan, a great question. Hey, look. So, as expected, have a lot of power outages down by Kalamazoo, Portage, further south. Here's the current outage map. Again, all down to the south. Some in Grand Rapids. Currently, there's one. Muskegon, 198. There was a good storm that moved through Muskegon earlier. And then we're here in Ionia, 112. But again, our bigger culprit is going to be down towards Kalamazoo and Portage. Portage has 13,000. Half of their customers in Portage for Consumers Energy are without power. For Kalamazoo, 5%, 4,673. That's still quite a bit, but they have a bigger footprint in Kalamazoo with 1,000 or so customers. As we move down to some of our other counties further south, some of these counties don't have a lot of customers in the county, so pretty much almost the whole county is without, or I shouldn't say county, sorry, city, zip code area are without power. So, for example, Centerville, 1,017 out of 1,176. That's pretty much almost everybody. So, yeah. Anyway, so there's our outage map. It'll be interesting to see as that line that's over Lake Michigan comes on shore. In regards to have more. Great question. Thanks for asking. So I'm noticing a bit of a in our velocity here to the right of Westerville. Not very large yet, but there is definitely a little bit low now. That happens off to the line that we were watching for the Lake Michigan here. At now, that line has pretty much ended. More of a rain storm, not as north wide, especially towards the north. So we have a lot more rain as opposed to for the storm. The southern half, though, kind of skinny. Still have a good chunk starting to expand. Still have that gust front out in front. Watching earlier, gust front is really gonna clean out the air in a sense, take care of all the energy before the main line gets. So, since your line then dies off, happens. Still could have some good storm though. It's on the trajectory of pretty much east at about 45 miles an hour. Get to the shoreline again. About 45. Oh. We'll get to the shoreline in about 44 minutes. To Grand Haven, 45 minutes. From there on out, furthest out that we drew, New Holland, 4 minutes. We're about on track where we were thinking. New tornado warning. Tornado warning. Lawrence, Greene, Martin, and Monroe counties in Indiana. Definitely have some broad rotation here. If there's anything on our correlation coefficient. Possibly something going on there. So maybe not that broad of rotation. All has touched down. Have our there. Right there. Not showing up on the velocity, but definitely possibly one there as well. That velocity scheme again. Got our rotation, that spot right there. Not very strong, it's more broad. So, the tornado warning for southwestern Monroe County in south central Indiana, northwestern Martin County in southwestern Indiana, northern Lawrence County in south central Indiana, southeastern Greene County in southwestern Indiana, until 11:45. Off to at about 45 miles an hour. We have some more folks that have just joined us. Welcome. Stream here. Good. Like and subscribe there. Do appreciate it. We're just watching our ongoing tornado outbreak weather for the Midwest night. Had a lot of tornadoes earlier today up in Michigan, northern Indiana, and Ohio. It's all kind of progressed down towards the south now. We are still watching a little bit up in Michigan. Happened with a line that formed recently back in Wisconsin that produced some tornado warnings in the last hour or so. That line will continue to produce storms as it gets back on land. There. Welcome to those that just joined. Thank you so much. Gust front right there, that way. That's just going to clean out the air. Interesting. Cover. A lot of instability out here in front, for sure. Let's take a look here. Haven't looked at this in a little while. Let's look at our future cast RRR radar. This will let us know what to expect hour by hour going forward. Really more for a short range approach, as in what's going to happen in the short term. Enough of this has run, so we good. So looking here, starting at 11 p.m. Of course, we're already just a little bit past. That's okay though. This updates about every hour, and it has an hour, so less lag once the load goes through. So take this hour by hour here. So starting again at 11 o'clock, here we are. We did have this line that was moving over the Lake Michigan, where we are right now. That's pretty close. Line down here in Ohio into pretty close. So 12 o'clock, we can see that line is still moving off to the east, Ohio and Indiana. We have a convection over Lake Michigan starting to come on to that's to be expected about around noon. At about 1 o'clock, we can see the line in Ohio and Indiana is still churning, but it has weakened a bit. And the line in also weakening. So actually, I have a little bit of a downturn here. 2 o'clock in the morning, again, our line is pushing along there in Ohio. By then, we might just have some thunderstorm warnings. Or not rule out one or and then you have some convection trying to form over Wisconsin, over the lake around 2 o'clock as well, but not going to make it very far. Likely by then, the atmosphere has been worked over enough. There is no energy available. As we can see here, things really clear out west for the most part. Now you will start seeing some storms are initiating at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We do have yet another day of possible severe weather. This is going to be far south of Midwest, the southern portion. If we look at our upcoming out really quick. There we go. All right, so we have a pretty clean slate here, so we can see where our severe weather is going to set up for tomorrow. This is today. Tomorrow, that our storms are going to be further south. We have an enhanced risk area for tomorrow through southern Illinois, Indiana, somewhat of Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, so forth. We have a slight risk area on the outskirts of that enhanced risk area, and then we just have a marginal on the outside of that as well, protruding up in Iowa and over towards work and thereabouts. The main focus tomorrow is going to be that enhanced area. If we take a look at our model run out that far, run our NAM or NAM, however you want to pronounce it there, 3 kilometer. For a short term, but it is going to take a bit further out than what the ARRR does. Here, so this is starting at 9 p.m. tonight. Of course, already past this. Here, really quick, it's still, there it goes. Okay. So 11, 12 o'clock, that's where we are right now. I think the NAM is actually a little bit behind, to be honest with you, because it's saying the storms are still over the lake at 12. About an hour behind right now. So keep that in mind as we push forward here. Here, again, by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we got some storms that are starting to initiate over near Kansas City. Going into St. Louis by noon. And then things really get going in the afternoon. By 3 o'clock, you can see we have a lot of cells all throughout St. Louis, Evansville, Louisville, Bowling Green, towards Nashville. Might stay to the north of Nashville, but then there's a secondary line that's going to form. That secondary line forming up by right there by about 9 o'clock at night. So this is going to be another evening of possible severe weather as we push through. That runs in night and overnight. Now this is setting up for a possible derecho or long track, just good line of storms. That'd actually be a derecho, but ultimately it's going to track for pretty far distance. That line there might have an up here or there tornado wise on that line. More so on the individual cells though that form earlier in the day. That's really where a lot of your tornadoes are going to come from. So we can see here in our synopsis, upper low trough initially northern plains Wednesday morning, develop east upper Midwest Great Lakes vicinity by Thursday morning. Meanwhile, more compact upper shortwave trough over the lower Great Lakes will shift east northeast over the eastern U.S. Then that region will then maintain a broad swath of 50-70 knot southwesterly mid-level upper flow central and southern plains to the west mist south. Wanted to show it on this one. Let me go to a different tool. Looking at the Storm Prediction Center, if we take a look at Wednesday. This is Wednesday. This outlook that I was just showing a moment ago. What I really wanted to show though is what does your tornado wind chill outlook look like? I could have showed that. I just thought about that in Radar Omega. Well, but this will be a little. So tornado outlook here, and all going down towards the south and Tennessee, Kentucky. 10% hashed. What does that mean? Really pertinent that there's multiple tornadoes. Wind, 30% chance has to be given, right? If you have tornadoes, a lot of times you have storms with a lot of wind. And your hail outlook. You have a dashed area that's more enhanced. Potential for. So what does all that really mean? Well, it just means that we have a lot of potential for severe weather tomorrow. Our radar here real quick. Back and take. All right, so we'll take a look at our Lawrence, Monroe, Green, and Martin, Anna tornado warning. Have some rotation here. Here, Springville, all rotation there, but bit on our correlation coefficient. Something there. Put definitely keep an eye on this here. Right here. Drop there. Velocity is just in front of that there. Eye on that one. And Licking, Ohio. Underneath tornado warning for a little while now. Other one. Radar, my goodness. Radar hole. That just means radars are overlapping, but just on the outskirts. So, again, the further away from the radar we look, higher up in the storm. So I can't really tell what's going on when I look above the storm, towards the top of it, where there's not a whole lot happening. Not a National Weather Service radar. This is radar. Access to through radar Omega. I can see the base velocity. I can see short range and long range reflectivity. Nice. Not allow me to see the correlation coefficient. Better understanding on the ground. So hard to see. A little bit of rotation here. Johnstown. Correlation. So high up in the hard to tell. I like the idea of this tornado warning atmosphere that we've had so far. Hey, we only have one severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's for Bartholomew and Brown, Indiana. Awesome. One thunderstorm warning out there. Excuse me. Not seeing any. Look at that line that was over Lake Michigan. There's your gust front. Right out and clearing out in a sense. Tell that. Look at your line of storms and how really falling apart. Have a amount up here though. gust front. Velocity. There's my gust front, and it stops. I have edge line. Definitely going to be interesting if it happens. Definitely have a big blob of just rain. Realized I wasn't showing you Omega. I am so sorry. Definitely, get that though. There. Render the surface front back down south again. I do think it is Grand Rapids. Oh. This tiny storm right here, not so tiny anymore, really started to pack a punch. Really picked up in intensity in the last couple of months. That gust front is not affecting it. Gust front is down to the south of it. Right here. There. That for sure is moving forward. Very well. Excuse me. And we still have about 23 minutes till that gets to the shoreline. And 25 minutes to get to Mosquito Heights. 26 to Grand Haven. Spring Lake 27. Ottawa Center 39. Allendale and 45. Grand Rapids and 65. So definitely have a little bit of ways to go until this one gets on to All right, so started new thunderstorm. Got it. Oh, my quad rotation. For 1 inch hail, 6 mile an hour winds. Your thunderstorm warning for southern Williamson County and southern Illinois until 11 p.m. At 10:31. The thunderstorm was located in the Lake of Egypt area or near Marin at 35 miles an hour. Okay, sorry about the delay there. On my phone there. all good. So still watching this line come across Lake Michigan here. Turned on special marine warnings and special weather statements to see if anything is just sense about this. Biggest thing that we found is the fact that it's moving 50 knots. So that was pretty close when I 45 miles an hour. About 10 miles off or so. So the storm's moving at about 57 or so miles an hour. We're to put a track on this here. Pretty much do almost 7 miles an hour. That gets a GNU 10 minutes. Rusk, Ottawa Center 18 minutes. Bill 21, Allendale 21, Line 23, Bakersville 23, Grand Valley, that's college town. Valley there, college. Hudsonville 27, Talmadge 27, Marne 20, Granville 32, Walker 30, Wyoming 35, Alpine 36, Comstock Park 36, Grand Rapids 37. Of course, that's one of the cities in Carlisle. 37, Cutlerville in 37, East Belmont 40, same with Northview and Kentwood. So as you can see, it's scroll down. There's more looking. I pushed it out pretty far. So running at 57 miles an hour from now, building. So, provided onshore, it might. Watching this velocity here, I also want to see. Well, there's a little bit, but it's not anything really too concerned about. It's not very large hail. Might end up garden variety store. I'm sorry, to the shore on the lake. So, yeah, not much longer here. Going on shore. What I'm going to be looking for is power outages. Tell me how in storm is. Really have a interest in this storm. Just check our what one tornado warning. Yeah, one tornado warning now in Ohio. That one was turning right along when we were at earlier on the border for radar. Much really on correlation coefficient, so that's helpful. storm looks like it's gotten a little. Had a little bit of. A good gust front. That's what's really stopping these. Trying to perk up a little. Definitely. And north, just nothing. That's about it. A little bit longer here. See what happens with this line. 4 tornado warnings. There's 2. And I anticipate really quick and radar. Triple R. So our H triple R here. Better understanding of the word. I anticipate your future pretty much finding. But let's just radar or forecast is show. Storm is just breaking right apart. Clear skies here in west. Rain. Garden variety storms probably form tomorrow west, but down south they'll have another long day of possible weather. Good news is pretty much done here. West. Watch it for 4 minutes, see what happens. Line that comes on shore here and here. Part as it got right there. Part. So this line coming on shore here and potent as it was on the other side of the at the lightning count. Quick. Definitely have some like there, but nothing like. Definitely a lot less intense. Well, the good news is I don't believe I already have it now. Everything else had a gust front out in front of it to the south and quick glance. Power outages. Not seeing any power outages yet. Uh, Minimal here. Most likely are not going to power outages. So watch this line for just a little bit longer, and then we're going to be signing off here for the evening. There is severe weather tomorrow. Fortunately, I won't on until it all depends on what's going on tomorrow evening. An eye to your local weather station, National Weather Service. You're doing definitely are in area with watches or close by warnings. Sure to get online and watch National Weather Service. Or even your with that being said, if you haven't had a chance to like and subscribe to the channel, would appreciate that. We'll informed our best to get online when we can. Yeah, we're gonna sign off here. I'm not seeing doing anything crazy. Tiny bit of line on shore. Be a nice summer or springtime storm. Some of this. Like around 40 mile an hour. Wind gusts. Nothing severe. Possible small hail. By piece. But with that, that storm's going to do more than that. So, that we're going to go ahead and sign off. Thank you so much for those that watched. Really do appreciate it. And like and subscribe. Know when we're on. Everybody have a great evening. Stay safe out there.